Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome into the August circuit here for Smite Prime. My name is Goremizer, and I'm excited to be shepherding you through. I'm going to lose this analogy instantly, so we're just going to go ahead and put that one in a box. I'm not alone today, and I couldn't do it by myself anyway, and that's all that matters. I got Musi with me to go through what is week 3, because I can count the number of weeks that exist in August. For the August circuit here, this is the one, like the last one before the real big one next week, right? And so being able to move forward, and of course, as you know, all of this, the way this works, 3 weeks for the play-in, 1 week for the big payoff, I guess, at the very end. You still make money throughout the weeks as you sign up and play. And so you want to make sure that you're coming in, competing, playing as much as you possibly can, and do a lot. Musi, I'm going to ask you immediately, how are you doing?
I'm doing, I'm feeling like one of the flock. I've been shepherded in towards some bigger goals. Hey, speaking of greener pastures, moo-wah. 7,000 bones on the line here.
Yeah. That's obviously what you were talking about the whole time, right? Was the $7,000 that you could get this week. Of course, today's the 22nd, next week's the 29th. It is very, very appealing, of course, the August circuit, and again, being able to come in and play as much as you can. And the bigger thing, because I think every week we always talk about things that maybe are getting, let's say, taken out, or things that might have some issues that had to be banned. Instead, we get to talk about someone being available. Ishel coming in, one of my favorite gods to watch, really fun to play, and so I'm really excited to see what she's going to do to like the meta today and next week, and so on and so forth, if she's going to be that big a deal. It was something that, because this is the only thing that I can relate it to, towards the end of Smite 1, when she was available, she had a very, I want to say, niche presence. The people who could play her really well would bring her out when the time is right. I feel like there's going to be a few players this week that can really make her work out pretty well. How do you feel about Ishel?
I feel like I need to see Shunga Best on the screen locking this character in yesterday. She is very interesting in that she kind of fills this Enchantress role to offer a lot of healing and some CC, but like no damage, at least for the aspect. For the base kit, she feels pretty fluid now. She's got some solid damage and a lot of sustain to offer for her team, but you're pretty much, you hit the nail on the head, right? She's going to be niche. It's going to be comp dependent. You can't just slam an E-Shell into anything. So make sure that you've got the right team to kind of back her up, or have her back up the right team. Speaking of teams,
lots of them available today. Here's the bracket that we're going to be making our way through. As you can see, a few rounds, best of 1 up until the finals, which will be a best of 3. You'll be hanging out with me and Musi all day as we continue through these matchups. And of course, you're probably going to hear, fingers crossed that we're going to get to talk a little bit more about Ishel and some of the other amazing and fantastic fun gods that I personally love to watch on the broadcast throughout the day. You had already mentioned, a couple players that might be able to stand out for that. I'm kind of keeping my eyes. Obviously, there's always those teams that kind of stand out. Hydrogen Bomb being one of those names that I think gets mentioned almost every single time they're in the bracket, and mostly for good reason, because they tend to be very well, but they're not the only ones around, and that's the thing that makes things, I think, more interesting in these week 3s. Like week 4, you come in, you've got kind of all the heavy hitters, everyone's ready, everyone's willing to do something. This is a week that I think you have like that last bit of flexibility. That's why like Ishel coming in is going to be a little more interesting. What can you do? How's it going to work? The only way to find out is to jump into picks and bans and get ready for the game as we watch Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox playing up against Souls of the Damned. Of course, Souls of the Damned here going to be your first pick team, and immediately opting to look towards that Horus for a ban. Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox. All right, I'm going to ask you, Musi. You're going to help me out here. Are we shortening them to Franks like the hot sauce? Are we calling them friendly? Where are we going with this one? Because I can't say the whole thing.
Franks, I'm good with Franks here. I like Franks. If you want to commit to the full name too, I'll commit with you. I would never drop a single. I would never shorten it even once if you want to keep the dream alive. But I'm happy with Franks too.
Pulling the curtain back a little bit for everyone who watches. If you've watched any of the commentary review, this is the kind of stuff I'll say on that as well. I am very excited right now for Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox to do something insane in the game in like 30 minutes so that I can just scream that name at the top of my lungs. That is something that, when you have a good name like that, you just can't, you can't gloss over it. Anyway, as we get back to it, Horus, Agni on one side, the Xingqian, Aphrodite on the other. These bands, I mean, a couple of, supports, a little bit more aggression in some of them. Agni's always just kind of a good band, especially depending on who you're playing against. But how are you feeling about like the targets we've seen so far?
I mean, it does make a lot of sense. Tanks are very strong right now. Shifters is still in a pretty good spot for your solo laners, and even for some of your, off-color junglers, or even a support if you want to slam it to get some extra stats. So this means that health as a stat is going to be something that's very relevant. Horus and Xingqian build a lot of it, and can just throw a ton of CC at you, create a ton of pressure, and they have a little bit of flex potential, mostly Xingqian. But because we're focusing so much on these frontline tanks, this does mean that there are going to be some of the cheekier junglers that are going to be able to slip through the cracks. I know Susanoo and Hun Bats tend to get a lot of play during Smite Prime specifically. Susanoo especially, I feel, is a very, very strong god to pick up. You can have him in your top 3, or wait till the bottom 5 to make sure you don't run any counter matchups, and it's just very strong.
Because he's in this position where, like, we've seen a lot of these junglers go forward. In fact, I'd say one of his biggest banes, and really it's any jungler's bane, like that Jormungandr getting taken off, he's just one of the safest gods in a solo lane. So removing that from the equation, you give your Susanoo, or insert jungler name here, a lot more opportunities over on, from our perspective, the right-hand side of the map, giving a little bit more for, I guess, flexibility in that aspect. But you also, like, kind of what you said, you could just lock them in, and yeah, there might be some counter matchups, but if you go crazy, it doesn't really matter at that point. Sobek was the last ban there from Franks, and over on the other side, it's Ull for the first pick, and I can already see you're making a face about it. Not admittedly what I was expecting. How do you feel about that, especially with the Kukulkan? Ullr
is very strong in ADC right now, but it does open himself up to some counter matchups. I think of the Awelish right away, where she could just yank him in with the ult. But Ullr can do something that some of the other ADCs can't do right now, and that is be threatening pretty early on in the game. Axe just does a ton for your team to set up, and he's got good damage to follow up. Plus, he can build Heartseeker, so he's good against tanks.
And having that, I mean, what you just said, right? Access to 2 abilities at the very beginning kind of does make things feel pretty good. Being able to stun damage, especially when comboed, potentially, but probably with this Ymir, I think could feel pretty solid. I mean, classic kill lane, right? Like, you've got 2 sets of stuns, a wall, damage. It's gonna be rough over on that side. Morgan Le Fay locked in up against the E-set. Probably a mid lane matchup. Could definitely be flexible on either of those gods, because I've seen them do so much more than just the roles they were intended for, which is a good thing, but it does make this job a little harder. How do you feel? I'm going to talk about the Kukulkan and the E-set now with the Newt as well. How do you feel about what Franks is cooking up?
So, Kukulkan recently saw some improvements in a patch that we had not that long ago. It made it so that his early game is way better. He can actually clear archers with the barbed spear. Hallelujah, right? So Kukulkan has an identity similar to what he had in Smite 1. Early game, early levels, this guy gets in your face, he gets active, he does a ton of damage. His clear in the first, 5 levels feels unmatched, and he can just constantly box out pretty much anybody he wants to fight. As the game progresses, I kind of feel like he can fall off a little bit, but a blink engage with a huge ult knockup keeps him relevant. We just need to make sure that we have proper follow-up for this Kukulkan so that he can keep the game on a good pace for Franks here.
Right now, it kind of feels like they only have follow-up. Kukulkan, E-set, Newt on her. Like, the E-set, Newt on her, like, you've got the damage. You've got CC. Yeah. You've got lockdown after he does the thing. It makes me a little curious as to what they're going to do next, because it does feel like this is a position where both everything can go right and wrong, right? Depending on what you lock in, which is the Thanatos. So I'm going to go ahead and call it Frank's team a little squishier, on the other side of things compared to the other side, which admittedly it's just the Ymir tank he's got in the game, by the way, just like by base stats, that's what he does, that's his thing, versus the Kukulkan, that's really the only tank v tank. So how are you feeling, I guess, about what the duo lanes, the jungle matchups? Susanoo and Pele got locked in on the other side. There's a lot that could be going all over the place here.
So, and I like the Ymir pick from Souls of the Dawn, because it's a direct response to the ESAT lock-in. That I'd put money on the fact that's ESET aspect support, right? To hang out with this on her. She offers a lot of backline support, a ton of utility, so shields, stuns, healing, but it does put a lot of pressure on Kukulin. He's going to be the only true frontline, like you were talking about. Whereas you look over at Souls of the Damned, you've got this Ymir and the Pele, who will probably be going solo with the aspect. She is very divey. She goes straight to the backline. She's like a frontline in the sense that she doesn't take up a ton of space because she's big, tanky boy, but she goes into the back and she creates a ton of space by virtue of threatening out so many health bars. So it kind of feels like who's going to be able to engage on who first and who can deal with the counter engage.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to jump into it here. The first match of week number 3 as we get started with this August circuit. I guess as we continue the August circuit, it gets started with today. Souls of the Damned again on the left side of the screen, rocking the blue shorts, and then Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox, which now that I'm thinking more about the name, doesn't make too much sense, because how can you be friendly and be stolen? And I don't know. Anyway, maybe we'll break that down if we have like a lot of downtime later. They're going to be rocking the right-hand side, playing from north to south over there. And so we can get a little bit more of a look at where people are going. Overall, I would say Souls of the Damned fell exactly where we would have expected. Probably the same thing could be said for Frank's over there. The ESET and the on her, though, I'm going to zoom into the duo lane just because I feel like with the Ull you kind of mentioned, early game aggression, I feel like Ymir brings that. It does feel like Veka and Cherio here have so much potential to just get kills on a very squishy duo lane on the other side.
Cherio specifically loves this Ymir support, so you know that they'll be able to run it down against Moods and Mario Bro. You can see they've got the agility relic. So while Cherio will be a little vulnerable to CC, i.e. the silence from Moods or a stun, they can stick to targets really well. The first few minutes of this game is probably the most tumultuous for Franks here, just because Ymir is so strong early in the game. With his passive, he applies that Frostbite, and then he's able to get double damage off. With his autos, Agility Relic lets him stick, and the wall, too. The wall is the real insidious part of what this character can do, because who's going to be able to get away with it? Yeah, Mario Bro can jump over that wall, but Moods cannot. You have to burn Shell, and that wall cooldown is like 12 seconds. So you force wall, you use the Shell, they get away. Guess what? You're going to rinse and repeat and do it again. The whole time this is happening, too. Kaveka on this Uller is going to have a lot of poke potential. Just look at the positioning here. They own so much space because you cannot walk up to these characters at all. And one ability training wheels into the other. Kaveka hits an axe, that means Cherio gets a freeze. Cherio gets a freeze, that means Kaveka gets an axe. So if you're Frank's duo lane, you are J-chillin'. You're not fighting these guys. You're not trying to do anything except sit here and farm and try not to die. So the onus is on Kaveka and Cherio to force something to happen in this lane, or at least kind of wait for maybe, Stewie to make a rotation towards this dual lane. Maybe then you can pick off Kaveka and Cherio. But until then, it's just more worth it to hang out and not incur any unneeded aggression.
What I'm really keeping my eyes on, and it was very fortunate for them because you had already mentioned, right, the wall being a very big aspect of it. Carpet first level, I didn't see anything get thrown out wall-wise or freeze-wise, so still TBD what Cherio is locked in for that second ability. But like that is maybe the big changer over in that duo lane, and could be the thing that changes hyper-aggression into just farming aggression. I mean, right now, they've definitely got control of the lane, and so far haven't had too many issues. Turning our eyes now as we hit level 3, the junglers, right? This is where we can start to see them get a little more active. Susano, I feel like, is not someone who necessarily needs to get super active at level 3, but can do it really well. Thanatos, though, is someone who, I feel like the minute you can get aggressive, that lock-in, that ability to start bullying the mid laner, bullying the solo laner, this is where Stewie, at least, I feel like his bread and butter could really exist.
They want to get aggressive. They want to find somebody they can kind of pick on and take off the board. And you'll notice that John Rowing doesn't have Aegis, and neither does the Susano W there. So those are the targets in my eyes. Because you do see the Morgan Le Fay has Aegis, and trying to jump on an MLF is just a miserable experience. She goes, embrace abandoning curse of agony, and you're like, alright, thank you. Thank you, Morgan Le Fay. I love hearing your voice on my team. Not their team, my team. I want to hear it.
You gotta,
But
yeah, it's gotta be friendly.
it's like, please, I need time. But you're right. And the thing, too, is that Thanatos has an identity a little bit different from Smite 1. Because classic Smite 1, Thanatos, very strong early game. As the game progresses, he starts to taper off. He kind of becomes an alt bot, right? Smite 2 Thanatos has Death Side level 1. Okay, he dips a little bit. He's not as good. But then he does this weird thing where he starts crawling back up because you don't need to kill somebody with the ult. In Smite 2, you can ult somebody as Thanatos just to start things off with a stun, and then your Death Scythe hits like a semi-truck full of crude oil barrels that catches fire immediately after you explode and die. And you're like, okay, that's not what I thought would happen. What is happening to my body right now? Everything's black and white. I can't see it. What is going on?
The analogy went from, yeah, that would be painful, to like, oh my god, this is a
yeah,
terrible
no, you're
fate.
dead.
I don't want anything to do with this. And yeah,
It's
no, I
over,
mean,
it's
that
done.
is the fun part. Like, I do feel bad because you hit the nail on the head. Like, there was a certain point where Thanatos used to, keyword being used to,
Yep.
it was like, all right, does he have his ult? And if the answer is no, then cool, it doesn't matter. We're going to be talking about the Susanoo this game. Now being able to actually compete in that field, admittedly, I will say, like, Susanoo has that curve that just kind of feels a little better.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like a direct linear line straight up, but almost a direct linear line straight up. And so that's going to be maybe the biggest challenge is as we go on, like, I'm a support player at heart. I do it in every single game I play, and I love I found because of Smite. But let's be honest, the biggest impact player is almost always the jungler because they're the ones that are going to show up in every single lane. And even though I don't like to hear it, right now I don't have to worry about certain other people that I used to talk to all the time that play jungle and giving them a big head and an inflated ego. So instead, I can talk to Musi about the fact that junglers are pretty impactful and I guess they're pretty good. And so that is going to be something that, depending on the early game, right, that can set you up for a lot, right? For the Thanatos, you get ahead, and then suddenly that dip you mentioned isn't as big a deal because you've got a couple levels. So watching where they're going, seeing this rotation over onto the right-hand side, right, fighting over some neutral objectives, kind of giving that space if you're Stewie, that to me shows, I think, where, not necessarily like the confidence is, but maybe where the like whose ball the court is in, or whose court the ball is in. That's the better and actual accurate phrase that should be used there. And right now it's going to be Souls of the Damned. They've got a little bit more control over the pacing of this game, and it's just from small neutrals. It does not mean a big gold lead. It doesn't mean any kills just yet. We're approaching 4 minutes. No first blood. But they have not been from lack of trying, specifically in the duo lane, and I expect to see now level 5s coming online. This is where the big shift up could happen for W and for Globe over in mid.
The first backs and also the first items, specifically for Susanoo, the Barb Carver that's on the way. You see they've got that Skagox there. Hold on.
Knocked up, seems good, but the damage going the way of John Rowing, and that's what you need! First blood goes the way of Souls of the Damned, and it happens in the least expected place, at least for me, over in solo.
Well, what's interesting there, too, is that I don't see Pele winning that matchup in my mind. I feel like Blue Kohai tried to be the guy, but it didn't pan out. Look at Thanatos hovering around this left side. Cheerio could be in trouble.
Yeah, already stunned out, getting aggressed on. Doesn't have too much to escape. It's Ymir, but a double freeze creates a little space. Silence is good, and at that point, you're just trying to buy some space and make sure they can't get your team. Cheerio goes down as an answer for the other side, but support for solo, especially this early, you're going to be happy with that trade. W, getting aggressive, though, doesn't seem too happy with the fact that Stewie was over here. Gets a lot of damage. Oh, just a little too late, though. Stewie makes it to the skies and gets on out of there.
Say, if that Susanoo ult connects, that is a very dead Thanatos, and Stewie gets all the way out, even though W nearly gets blown up by the Oracles themselves. That combo we saw from Susanoo that did so much damage, I want you to imagine an extra, 200 damage slapped onto there. Once we get that Barb Carver, Susanoo absolutely abuses that item, and that's what this character does. He is just impossible to 1v1, because he beats out pretty much every other jungle. So good on Stewie for being able to make that grand getaway, because he just had no gas left in the tank, especially after the engagement that they just had in left side. So you get your kill, you get out, you're chilling. Kind of levels the playing field a bit for both teams. There's that Barb Carver up for Susanoo. John Rowing has shifters and a sense of bloodlust. I mean, Haley is one of those characters that once you get the ball rolling, you're like, yeah, I'll do whatever I want. And Kukulin needs to be in the driver's seat if you want to win your lane. Like, he suffers from the Mordred conundrum, where if I'm ahead, I'm the best character in this lobby. I'm unstoppable, I deal a ridiculous amount of damage, I can never die, everything's awesome. If you start to lose your lane, you are a sad, wet kitten in a box left outside because you were abandoned. And that is your game state for the rest of the game.
You had to make that way sadder than it was. That didn't need to be that sad.
That's how it feels. That is what happens. Look at this. Susano shows up. He's gonna razz you. What is this Kukulin gonna do? Nothing, right? Because he's too scared. Sad, wet kitten. He's gonna be behind an item. He can't get to that mystical meal right away, so he can't be the bully. It's gonna need outside intervention or John rowing to screw up before Blue Kohai can really take control of this game again. Because Kukulin, in my mind, his power is all front-loaded in this early game. So to deny that so soon, that is just a feels bad for the solo lane of Franks.
Especially, I mean, the absolute burst, that combo we just saw there in the jungle, the hold that thought Kveka in trouble, jumps over the wall, but there's going to be a waiting mood just laying in the grass. Perfect to be able to pick up that kill. And admittedly, you might have wanted it to go to the on her, but 2 kills in the duo lane for Franks, a good way to try and balance out what you've been talking about, which is John rowing, having control on the right side of the map. Now, we do see rotations coming over. Gold Fury started up by Franks, but presence. Cherio, Globe in the neighborhood. You also have W lingering around. Cherio stunned. Cherio just burned. Oh my god, the damage that came out in just the blink of an eye, and I do not feel that good for the chances to go in, but an attempt to steal the Chaos team. It will be Franks who secures this, and now Globe needs to get out. W needs to survive if they want to make sure this doesn't just fall out of control. W can Veka meet up in the jungle, and that should be some safety, but in the blink of an eye, 3 kills and a Gold Fury, a huge swing for Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox.
What's crazy is that a lot of that is set up from the fact that Boods and Mario Bro were able to get pressure early on in the game because Stewie was able to make that rotation and find Cherio, and now that comes back to bite both Cherio and Kveka in the sense that now Kveka can't really fight into Mario Bro because Mario Bro's got a little bit of a lead, right? We got the tier thing online, very hard to box. Plus, Moods was just
might not have
chilling on
gotten
that
that
left
memo.
side. Yeah, he's like, I don't care. Here, hold this axe.
Ooh, good stop, good pull back by W. They've got the damage, but you gotta tank the tower. It's gonna do a lot of damage at level 8, and that's gonna kill off W. You might lose Kveka here. Cherio comes up in the back, little bit of damage. You need a little more. Mario Bro goes down, so you've traded jungle for carry. You need one more. Can you get him? Cherio locks it down, but you might lose Kveka. You've gotta be careful, and you've gotta do exactly this. Cherio, great job dividing things up, making sure Mood can't get that last hit, gets him out of there, gets a couple kills to trade out W's life.
It was almost very sketchy when Cherio threw out that wall. It kind of bumped Stewie back away from Kveka's glorious leap from Uller, so the damage kind of missed, but it's okay. Cherio turns around, he's like, this was actually all according to design and plan. I'm going to keep this for myself. This is how Cherio plays the game, by the way. This guy just loves to run it down and go in. It is always a high event game when Cherio is in your lobby because he is just willing to fight and die. That is my favorite quality from any kind of frontliner. Just go in for me, give me your life, and I will find all of these kills. This helps Kveka stabilize a bit as well, because now he's not as far down from Mario Bro.
Yeah, it created that, that 2-1-3 on her. We were just talking about the fact that, hey, boxing into this guy's going to be really hard. Kveka didn't get the memo, did not matter. Yes, you might have fallen a little behind, but now, I mean, even just the 2 assists, yes, it goes to Cherio, maybe you would have preferred it, but it shuts down Mario Bro and gets you some farm. That's the more important key there. You still have a level lead over in solo. You still have control on that side of the map, especially with the jungle being up a level. So you balance things out just a teensy bit over on the left-hand side. Gold, at this point, despite that Gold Fury and what was an amazing set from Franks earlier, I mean, the nosedive the gold chart took did not matter. Cherio, by the way, in the middle of a fight, might be alone for a little bit, but does have some rotations coming in. Unfortunately, not all of them are theirs. Execute from Stewie, up, down, gets it, but W finds Gumbo, and now the chase is on for Stewie's life, and they will find that one. Yes, you've lost Cherio, but the fight just seems to be going your way. Luckily, for Blue Kohai, you've got the E set, you've got to retreat, you've got to reprieve, but now, again, what I was saying, that gold lead, that dive that we saw for Franks earlier, has not only disappeared, it's been stripped away back to the other side over the course of just a couple of minutes. Experience on the side of Souls of the Damned. Here at 11 minutes, they've taken back control of the game.
I credit a lot of that to not only Cheerio, but also John Rowing NW here, who are able to exude a lot of control over this right side of the map, because the red buff is constantly getting invaded. You can imagine that blue buff is going to suffer a similar fate. This strips a lot of farm away from Franks. So Franks is only really strong on this left-hand side as long as Kveka is able to stabilize and not give up too much. You can afford to lose a Gold Fury. You can afford to lose a couple of kills because you know that overall you're going to be chilling. The question is, how do you turn that into something more? Well, you take your Giga-Fed Susano, maybe not Giga-Fed, Mega-Fed? You do gold?
Ultra-Fed! I don't know. Wall's
Fed.
good, Gold Fury goes to Souls of the Damned, but you take your Super, Ultra, Mega, whatever fed Susano and...
Google. First one down.
Google.
The first Gold Fury pip is like super underrated too. Oh, maybe you solo that actually.
Yeah, actually, well, you get stunned out by the E-set who's laying in wait. Gumbo with a shot over the wall makes sure to find a kill there. So it gives a small reset. Again, this keeps kind of going back and forth. That Gold Fury, though, is probably the important thing. W going down 2-2-1 versus 2-2-3 on the other side. You can kind of feel the tug of war that has been this jungle. Speaking of which, Stewie. No ult, but is laying in wait on the side.
Relics.
Gonna ruin the 1v1 here. The Mario bro is getting the better of, getting the worse of. Damage seems to be going both ways, although Kveka definitely has more being put out. Has to fall back, though, because of the presence of the jungler. Shoutouts to the wards over on the right-hand side. Now they might be able to find Stewie, who was backing lazily on top of a ward. Cheerio was in the in the area, but that's going to fall apart. Globe with some good jukes. Make sure to step out of the way just in time. And despite all those words I just said and everything that just happened, nobody dies.
Well,
yeah.
unless no, not yet. Susano tries to take a bite, but realizes that the burger is too big and his mouth is too small, and maybe he should have grabbed some utensils. It's just not quite worth it. I expect to see Globe find themselves in many a position where, well, I could have died, but I didn't die. But because you're playing Morgan Le Fay, like, how are you supposed to kill her, right? The only way I really see Globe dying is because Stewie finds an ult to execute. Like, otherwise, like, if Blue Kohai tries to jump on an MLF, she's gonna Dragon Flight and then toss a fear at her feet and then walk away. I'm super fast. Plus, you see that Survivor Sash in the build there? Third slot. We're gonna have a Shifter Shield, too. So it's gonna be a bit of a tankier mage, where all of our damage comes from Soul Reaver and Bluestone. Man, I love it. Time is a circle. It is a flat circle, and at one end is Soul Reaver, and on the other end is Bluestone. And we always end up back to it. Whenever health is super good, Soul Reaver Bluestone makes its return. Gumbo, though, has Staff of Mirrodin, and you see that Killing Stone there as well, so I'll be interested to see what that finishes up, but it makes a lot of sense.
Well, right now, what they're finishing up looks to be Moods caught out in mid lane. Stewie up into the sky, floating around now is going to be fine. Same with Gumbo, who goes up. And that is going to keep them safe, but it's going to open up objectives on the right-hand side of the map. Now, you do have Kukulkan laying in wait, coming around through the Fire Giant pit, has that ability to disrupt a whole lot, but also has the ability to get caught out alone. Great wall from Cheerio, locks things down, but the health bar is slow to burn. W uses the ult, you get pushed back, you actually get killed off, and it is a huge little turnaround here for Blue Kohai. Almost picks up a second and could have made a lot. Kveka gonna die to the tower. What was looking like a pretty good fight for Souls of the Damned gets ripped back by Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox. Their dying hands were refusing to let go. Keeps the kill count tied here, at least close enough. 8-9. The gold virtually identical. 1,000 now at 15 minutes in favor of Souls of the Damned. A wild, wild couple of minutes.
I mean, even though Kukulkan took that early stumble, the damage is still pretty lethal, especially when you have that Hide of the Nemi in there to reflect some of that damage back. I mean, Susano does so much in a burst, you kind of burst yourself without really thinking about it too hard. Being able to reflect 40% attack damage, which is, interestingly enough, a lot of where Susanoo's damage can come from, weaving in all of those autos and abusing that Barbed Carver. But he just doesn't have the tankiness to live through, 3 people. But going into a 1v3, killing one, and almost, hold on.
Well, W, yeah, dove on there. Takes a lot of damage. Stays alive with a pretty big assist from Globe to make sure that doesn't fall down. Now you got Cherio, again, aggressive in mid lane. Moods is over here. Everyone's kind of grouping up, poking out. A lot of utility, though, used. I mean, Globe drops the ultimate, which maybe is not as big a deal as Stewie and Gumbo not having theirs in possession as of right now. And so being in this area where, like you said, things are going and getting aggressive. I'm holding right now because I was expecting someone on Franks to maybe jump in and try to contest something in mid, maybe holding out, and instead going to contest over here. Or just let this one go, and it seems like a neutral objective. Easy pickup, easy kill, easy slay. Pyromancer for Souls of the Damned.
2 more objectives to look at here too. Gold and Moonlight Queen Naga. At this stage, Moonlight Queen Naga would not be too shabby of a pickup, and Frank should be strong to contest something, but at this point in the game is what I like to call like it's a pivotal moment. These next few minutes can kind of define how the next 5 to 10 minutes of your game goes, depending on how much you give up or how much you stand for. Because you can kind of execute a map lock where you strip away every objective there is. Franks look like they want to start on this Moonlight Queen Naga, but Souls of the Damned are not positioned to do gold, so they have to contest this if possible.
The Moonlight Queen, again, very effective, right? Helpful, especially at this stage of the game. 17 minutes, get a little push going for your team. And like you said, not only contested, it seems like they just have control of it right now. The damage is going to be there, but like you said, maybe a little too deep on the back. Kaveka took a lot of damage in the process, does make it out, but the execute is enough from Stewie, and that is not where it stops. Yeah, you might trade your life, but you pick up 2 in the process. Globe and Kaveka, 2 big carries, 2 big kills for Franks, and it's still going on. Wall from Cherio trying to stay alive, not able to do too much in terms of saving John Rowing, who was just swarmed, bees like nothing on the side of Franks. And you were talking about that Gold Fury just a second ago, and guess what? Could be wide open. It's whether you want tanks, whether you want Gold Fury, all of it is yours to be taken if you're Franks with this amount of control.
That rotation from Kaveka was a bit interesting, cutting across that top right side, going for maybe like a pincer of sorts, or maybe Kaveka didn't realize just how close Franks actually were, because once Uller gets jumped on, he's got no team to really help him out there. Are we actually going to try to defend this? Gold Fury's down.
Well, they're going to step in. Kaveka's back, so I guess they've got some numbers. Cherio comes in. Health bar's already half on the side of Franks for at least 2. And you've got a little bit going, but Stewie not only is back, but a great stun finds 2 and finds a kill immediately onto Kaveka one more time. This Ull just can't catch a break. Now, the CC chains, it's just trying to keep him alive. Cherio's low. You get Blue Kohai. Finally, a pullback for you, but you've lost Globe. You've lost your carries one more time. And thankfully, John Rowing respawns in time, is able to make it there and keep things going. And I can't imagine anybody feels comfortable going for this Gold Fury. What a wild, again, just a couple of minutes of trades back and forth constantly around these kills.
I love the guts there from Souls of the Damned, because being able to have that confidence to walk into a 2v5 and just say, hey, listen.
Yeah, right.
What are you going to do about it? Oh, you're gonna try to kill me? Let's make this happen. And we saw another interesting flank from this team, this time from Globe on the top left side of that Gold Fury pit to get behind everybody and fire off that ultimate. If we were, I don't want to say a normal build, because at this point, like, this Morgan Le Fay build is the normal build that E-Staff is coming up next. But if we just had a little bit more damage from Globe, that looked like a triple kill. The way that Morgan Le Fay all lined up, everybody from Franks was like in a straight line, walking single file to hide their numbers. Like, that could have been devastating. But we're a little bit on the tankier side, and ultimately we achieved the goal that we're looking to do. Souls are able to keep Franks.
That's a huge kill. Gumbo just deleted by W, and now Stewie might be in a bad position. Goes up, and you need to be able to get out, but you can't juke it if you're W, so the execute goes huge for Stewie here. Now back and forth. damage on Globe seems to be a little too big. Finds Stewie, so keeps the trade.
What a
Great
wall.
wall again from Cherio to create some distance,
no.
but there is the stun, there is the ult, but it's not enough. Moods could have charged up a little more, but finally with the Wing Gust is able to get that kill. It's gonna be 2 for 2, but it might be a little more. Moods is low, Moods is alone, and another fantastic wall serves him on a silver platter for Kveka. And the team just keeps knocking them down like a wrecking ball running through mid lane. They have been non-stop aggressive. Now it'll be a tier 1 tower, and maybe the world. I mean, you've got a tank, and you've got a carry. That's all you need to knock down some objectives. Gold Fury on one side, Pyro on the other. Something could go up here, but it looks like a soft retreat, at least for Cherio and Kveka. Get reset, let John Rowan do John Rowing things, and come back maybe for a little more.
Man, the constant aggression. It's interesting because it's coming from both sides. Their willingness to just throw their heads against the wall. John, it's my turn with the talking sticks. Stop engaging. You gotta take a chill pill. Actually, no he doesn't. He's finished off Contagion. This guy's broken in OP. So, it's crazy too. You see how Globe was able to live for so long. And that is because of this tanky Morgan Le Fay build, but you'll notice that they're still dealing a ridiculous amount of damage, 17.5k, just shy, like 700 damage behind this mid lane Newt as Pyro gets confirmed here. So you know that we're getting a ton of value because everybody's just slamming health in their builds. I mean, we got Mystical Mail's got a bunch of health. Even the Newt is building an E-stab. You see that intelligence pearl there, so that has health attached to it. You know that ESET has, 1 million health. We got Stampede online. Even Avenging Blade. Shout out Flaming Pearl. Thank you, Rosie. So, Globe just gets to press buttons on people, live forever, deal a ton of damage, and they're impossible to jump on. It is ESET that can be the one to be like, all right, stop moving, silenced, stunned. You have that amount of time to try to kill them. Left side.
Well, this could be a good pick onto Kveka. Stewie, though, stunned out. Good thing about Ull is you have that ability to disengage, and now W could be going for a little more. Good pull back in, good damage, and good autos. Gets the kill. Jungle v. Jungle. And potentially sets the team up to continue getting aggressive. Great walls. I mean, I'm just going to keep saying it from Cherio. He just keeps on hitting them. Admittedly, the ones that he doesn't hit, he pulls down almost immediately, so I don't get a chance to comment on them. So we only talk about the good ones here. But that one kill, 30 seconds. No jungle. Frank's going to be fighting a 4v5 if they step up to this Gold Fury. It's going to be actually a, 3v4 looking at the minimap and where things are. Susano's on the other side of the map, and right now you've got John Rowing zoning out anybody and everybody that they possibly can. Gold Fury getting low, but Newt in the sky. Okay, I was looking for a steal. It's not low enough just yet. So it takes a little bit, but it goes the way of Souls of the Damned.
The reason why John Rowing is able to fight multiple people for as long as they are has to do with the fact that with this Pele aspect, you just get so much healing. And also you've slammed a Contagion in your build, so you've got a bunch of health and health regen. This aspect of Obsidian just makes you so incredibly tanky, gives you a ridiculous amount of survivability, but also you still have classic Pele mobility, you have classic Pele CC, you even have some classic Pele damage, you have shifters, so guess what? You still get to be pretty threatening to anybody else who, isn't a tank, because you get some extra strength and, oh, look at that, max health and health regen to go with the rest of your health regen. So unless we have some way to shred health bars, which we don't, there's no Soul Reaver, no Chin's Blade, no Silver Branch, so we don't have a lot of damage in hand. This gives John Rowing a lot of room to play with, to keep people away, to make space for like a Fire Giant pull.
Yeah, where that space maybe is created, it might end up just being a team fight, maybe a bait and pull. You do have a good freeze. Do you have the wall follow-up? Yes, you do, to keep the Kukulkan engaged, but that's going to be the Phantom Shell to walk on through, creating, again, just that disengage. But now that's not available. And guess what? You mentioned this earlier at the beginning of the game. Wall is on a much shorter cooldown than you are going to be experiencing.
There it is.
Case in point right here, forced to go up and away, and that's not going to be able to do too much. Waiting in the arms and looking for Gumbo. The health bar's low, but it doesn't seem like they can knock down the mid laner. Instead, you've got this Cullen in your face one more time, and Globe has to play it safe. Stewie up into the sky. Is he going to make it for the execute? Are you going to use this for the stun? Tries for the execute, misses it, does have damage, but the CC chain! Oh my god! Globe stays alive! It keeps things moving. Wall, great on the moods. Freeze, follow up, damage is there. You've already got 2 kills. Gone for 40 seconds. Why not add one more? You know what? Keep it going, says W. The chase is on. And Mario Bro goes down looking for the full-on deicide. Gumbo might take a little more to burn through. The tier 2 tower's there, but they will find it. Triple kill for W. Deicide for Souls of the Damned. And a fire giant laying in the wings.
What are you supposed to do about a Morgan Le Fay who lives forever, and the moment you engage, Thanatos gets knocked up, it's fine, Globe still got 1 health, I can go in, oh, is that the rest of the team? Oh, am I feared? Oh, I'm dead. Alright, cool. Lovely. And again, Cheerio with these walls. Oh my gosh. How many people did we lock in that fight alone? We were able to pin Gumbo into the worst spot in the world. Then we were able to pin Moods into the worst spot in the world. Shells were forced early because of the way that Souls were able to bait a fight when they initially went on that FG, which was the whole point that they're pulling it to begin with. They're not even pulling it because they want to do fire. They're pulling it because they want to bait Franks into thinking that they want to do fire because they have a team comp that excels at just ruining your day. The 100% of fun that you're allowed to have in a video game, Souls of the Damned is hogging all of it. Now we have a Gigafed Susano, right? What are you, 10 and 4, level 20? You're huge. You got that Blinking Abyss online as well. We've upgraded our leather cowl, so we have a ton of movement speed and some attack speed too. So hyper mobile Susano, ready to run things down. You've got your FG in your pocket. Guess what's up? Ancient Gold Fury. But with all these towers still on the board here, we're gonna have to clean that up first. The first Fire Giant of the game, you don't really lose off of that. I mean, unless, of course, you plat walk into the other team and die one after the other and then expose your Titan for freeze. That should be fine, right? But the real goal for Souls is to take away these tier 2s, play with these pushers. Maybe you could play for a bird here because you have so much damage and a Naga pushing on this left side. This could be a good siege for Souls.
They've already knocked down all but one objective, the tier 2 tower, and right still standing for Franks, but that's the last tower to expose Phoenixes. Left side seems to be the target. Great wall, again causing a lot of damage here onto the Cucullin. John Rowing doing what you were saying earlier, creating some space.
Oh.
Not able to create enough for himself though. Stewie with the execute is able to seal the deal on that one. Take one Fire Giant away, one member away, and might have just saved this Phoenix. I mean, just a little more time under the bird for Kaveka could be all you need. A couple autos is really what you need for the hits. And some of the DPS still flying, still hitting true. Souls of the Damned feel like they can't break into this as easily anymore. Losing your solo laner, 30 seconds still before John Rowing is back on the map. But they're going to go in, they're going to try to get something done here in a 4v5 under the bird nonetheless. They get the Phoenix, now they need to get out or get kills. If they want, Stewie gets taken down, and you've got Mario Bro forced to retreat back to the base. Double freeze coming out from Cheerio. Gumbo low, Gumbo gone, and now the numbers advantage is on your side. Get aggressive, get in their face, and get a little more. Cucullin falling down, Mood didn't pop it in time, and the heal was never there, so it's a 2v4. John Rowing back on the board. What is the option for Souls of the Damned? Go into the Titan. Seems like instead re-aggressing onto the mid Phoenix. Looking for another target. Looking for something else. Forcing Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox to play defensive. To come out of that base. And unfortunately that means going down one more time for Moods. Mario Bro trades it out. Kills off Kaveka. And keeps things moving. In fact, a couple of hits. That's all you need. A late game on her is dangerous to any sort of carry. Globe with a little burn. Damage not enough to get the kill there. The Titan stays standing, but the mid Phoenix goes down. Kills galore. And finally the retreat.
Calls it like I sees it. Kaveka jumped in after Mario Bro and then missed everything and died. And you know what? It happens to the best of us. Unfortunate. Mario Bro keeping his cool absolutely saves the game in there for Franks, being able to get some much needed gold into their pocket. But this is a tough game state to play in. Souls of the Damned, they force it on that left and that mid side, even after losing John Rowing, which was so interesting to me because the whole time I'm thinking, well, we could always back up and do Ancient Gold Fury. It would accomplish a similar effect to just make our next sieges better, but being able to actually strip away this bird, both of these birds, I should say, sets us up for the next Fire Giant play. And if Souls of the Damned are able to walk away with this next Fire Giant, it is going to be some very scary territory for Franks. This is kind of a, what do you call it, like a do or die scenario here. Franks needs to be ready for this FG pull that's going to be coming up in like 20 seconds or so. And we have to win that fight. If we lose this FG fight, this game becomes near untenable. So the question becomes, how do you even win a fight like that? Well, you're on the right track. As long as we're able to poke out some of these health bars before we actually get our engage in, Stewie gets a ton of value being Thanatos, having this execute. So find a way to hit Globe. Find a way to hit Kaveka, any of these squishies, to put them down to a threshold where Stewie can ult into the backline and then turn top of the other one to get some more damage there. Or maybe the Susano as well. We do have a fair amount of lockdown with Moods. You can play to counter engage. Have Moods sit back with Mario Bro and Gumbo and wait for either Susano or Cherio to go in a little too deep. And then keep them out.
Cherio forces another disengage with another brilliant wall, and now you've got the engage coming in
we're separated
from W, and the chase is on, like you said, separated from the core. Mario Bro taken down. Now you've got a Cucullin that's kind of separated and alone, and not much help is going to come from Gumbo. 3 gone in the blink of an eye if you add in Moods to the mix, and now it is just a burn through the Cucullin, who does get one back. That's actually huge for the Cucullin, but it's one Thanatos, one poor Stewie versus the world, and the Titans exposed. You've got no Phoenixes, or at least on the left side and mid, no Phoenixes to help you. And that's all it takes. Stewie goes down, deicide for Souls of the Damned, a hard-earned win. 30-22 at the very end of it as they take down the Titan 33 minutes into this game. A great win for Souls of the Damned. And you got to talk about the fact that, I mean, it's won on so many different aspects. You talk about the Morgan Le Fay. You got to talk about Cherio's walls. It feels like the CC and the initiation on the fights almost always felt like it was Souls of the Damned choosing when things happened.
Exactly, and even in that last engagement, John Rowing and Cherio engaging at the same time but on different targets in like this diagonal line that completely separates the fight. For Franks, they're not able to play how they want to, which is, you know, kind of standing on top of each other. You look at these engagements where Franks is able to start a fight on their terms, and it goes so much better for them. But unfortunately, Souls of the Damned did not let that happen. They were just playing gank squad maliciousness of giving you the worst time of your life. And that's what Susano does. That's what Morgan Le Fay does, where they just make it hard to play these fights.
And that Gold Fury fight we just watched, the one that very early on Franks won, I thought that was gonna, not necessarily seal the deal, but I thought that was about to write the tone of the game for the rest of it. I didn't think there was gonna be too much of a comeback, or that they were gonna dial it up to 11 from there. And the fights did go back and forth. I mean, the kill count, even at the end, was 30-22. 8 difference, which after 33 minutes of non-stop fighting, it feels like, definitely is a I guess, slight difference overall. Realistically, it does feel like these two teams did a insane job keeping up with each other throughout a majority of that. It wasn't really until, I mean, kind of what you were saying, right? At the end, when we started to see these fights, this big grouping overall from Souls of the Damned, that's when things made the big difference, was this unique cohesion they had between all their gods. Everybody
felt so disruptive. Cherio has crazy walls. Oh, look, a crazy Cherio wall. John Rowing creates a infinite amount of space by virtue of being a Pele. And then you have characters like the Susano, like this Uller, that are able to follow up really well. Susano doesn't even need his teammates to set anything up for him. He just do that damage. And I hope you're ready to see a lot more of this god throughout the day. He just seems to be very, very strong for a long time, and that will continue to be the case. And this Uller that was top pick that I was giving me a little bit of pause. I mean, Kaveka made it look super valuable, right? Maybe the slash lines didn't tell you a big story here, but the axes that were hitting, the damage that we were popping on top of people, the follow-up that we were able to give, it was there. The utility and the damage was 100% there from Kaveka this game. But this really was just a tale of our right side 3v3. Susano, as well as Pele. I'm adding Cherio. He's not really from the right side, but he showed up once, so that ingratiates him into that side. Just the amount of CC and disruption from Susano, Pele, and Ymir just gave Kaveka and Globe all the space and time they needed to play whatever kind of video game they felt like playing.
Yeah, from locked out to locked in, the John Rowing story this game was just absolutely impressive. Like, being able to create that much space, legitimately, for those of you who don't know, was locked out of his house
he was
before the
locked
game.
Out, yeah.
And so, being able to go from what I would argue is at least slightly distressful moment, dropping the most wards, being as effective not just in damage but mostly in space created for the team, like you said, that combo between the Pele, the Susano, and the Ymir made the lives of Kaveka when maybe not rotating as deep as they did that one time. Otherwise, it made the lives of Kaveka and Globe very easy. Hit your damage, do the thing, and as we saw, it all worked out, especially around the objectives.
Whew. I'm excited to see more from this team throughout the day. It was a banger of a first one.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still some more exciting things that we can see as the day progresses. I'm waiting for Ishel. Where's Ishel? Somebody, please say Ishanga best.
The one, I guess, checkbox that I still need, because that game had pretty much everything that you could have wanted with every single team fight that happened. Maybe some insane steals that could also be on the docket for today. But Ishel maybe is my biggest one. Of course, as we just saw with Souls of the Damned getting that win, they move forward in the bracket. But for now, we're also, I guess, going to move forward in the bracket, but we're going to let's reset. So Souls of the Damned move forward in the bracket, and they look really good doing so. We, though, are going to take a quick break before we move forward in the bracket. And with that, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the August circuit here in Smite Prime. It's week 3. My name's Gormizer, and we are walking through the bracket. We just saw a very fun win from Souls of the Damned, but of course, I could not have done that game alone, and I can't do any of the future games alone. I've got Musi with me as we continue throughout the day, and Musi, we are going to be looking at some fun ones throughout all of it. We can take a peek at the bracket before we get into this next matchup so you can see where everything is. Quick step forward into a round of 8. And as you can see, a lot of familiar names, good names, and impressive players still going forward. Of course, some really heavy-hitting matchups throughout this one. And we are going to be jumping into the one that's very up towards the top. Contraction Assessment versus The Niche is who we're going to be watching next. Reminder, it is best of 1 up until the finals, so this one will be best of 1, same with those semifinals, until we get to the very final matchup of the day, where we'll also talk a little bit more, I believe, about like vault bans and some other stuff. There's going to be a lot of stuff that happens in the finals. That is finals talk only. For now, we're going to talk about Contraction Assessment and The Niche as we jump into picks and bans between these two teams. If you look at it, a lot of familiar names in this one. Admittedly, for me, most of them stacked on one side. I will give, shout-outs, of course, over to The Niche, Killcam Kinney, someone who I've seen around pretty often for a long time. Same with Drunk Diplomat and a few of the others, Dest. But Karmic, Tegvir, Moswall, Aurora, Donut Doug, you knock out all 5. If you're the only way you don't recognize at least 3 of those names is if you've had your head under a rock for about a decade. I feel like these guys have been around. They've been doing the competitive thing. They've been playing really well the entire time. And so that does create the little bit of a hurdle. They are the higher seed in this matchup. So for The Niche, that is where the challenge is already kind of being created, right? Going up against players who have that storied history behind them. Ul, Agni on one side. The other side, Xing Shen and Aphrodite, pretty much just running it back from what we saw before. But now we have the Aladdin that gets banned out. And you're making a little bit of a surprise face. Is it not often that Aladdin comes up there? You surprised that with first pick they didn't just go for him?
Well, it's interesting because Aladdin does not see as much play as he used to, right? I mean, at one point, Aladdin was like the end-all, be-all. We're playing for him or to pick him. We gotta ban him. It's how it's gotta go. These days, he is kind of niche, right? Oh, well, say, walk with me. So, the problem is that he has a lot of tough matchups. Like, cripples take him down. But obviously, Contraction Assessment believes that he is strong enough to be able to take off the board. My philosophy with Aladdin is that he's one of those characters that if you are better than your opponent and you're playing Aladdin, you should win. If you are as good as your opponent and you're playing Aladdin, you are going to have a tougher time. Because Aladdin is the god that you have to out-skill, out-mechanic your opponent and just absolutely blow them up to get to that late game. But now this is going to leave open some of the other stronger picks, right? I expect to see a Cucullin in this game.
You know, Cucullin was pretty high prioritized, right? This last time it was the first pick for the second pick team. Franks grabbed him up at the very top. Sobek, who was banned in game number 1, first picked here, and admittedly, when I think again about the players that are on this team, maybe not too surprising, especially given the presence he has, although the famous, I guess, balancing point of Sobek, you hit your pluck, things are great. You miss your pluck, now you're just dead in the water. So we'll see how that goes throughout the game. Daji on her, locked in on the other side for the niche. I love Daji. I'm a big fan of what she can provide for pretty much a lot of teams. We were talking a lot about the Susano in game number 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if we talk about him a little bit here today in this game too. It just is a good god, and he does good god things, so it wouldn't be surprising if he comes back in. But this Daji, especially with an on her, like this already kind of has a feel of fight, kill, go aggressive for the niche, because like Daji is so good at that.
She is able to jump on top of that ultimate and force beads, deal a ton of damage. She's got great chase mobility, and just a lot of damage in hand, even outside of that ultimate. Those burns that she's able to apply, all the bleeding damage stacks up pretty quickly. She uses Barb Carver pretty effectively, and that's the hallmark of a good jungler these days. And we just have so much CC to follow it up and burn, too. We are all in on this comp right now. I mean, Horus just gets in there. We just need a solo laner that gets in there, too. Aphrodite's banned away. The Mordred looks awesome here, right? Because he can't Undying Love away that ultimate, but you look at Contraction Assessment's comp so far, there is some CC immunity and a Newt that's able to make some space for herself. So, also, I'm pretty sure, if I'm thinking about the right people here, Tagveer is on Contraction Assessment. That could be an Achilles jungle. So there's still some room for solo lane play or lock-in here for Contraction Assessment, where you could have something like, we've got the Cucullin, you've got the Mordred, the Cucullin, there it is. One. So there's your, go forward ability factor for Contraction Assessment. Now you've got somebody who can play with the Sobek.
And then Chiron. Admittedly, I'm not necessarily too surprised by it, because again, he's got a cleanse. You had already been talking about in CC. Admittedly, it's not the most easy heat of the moment thing to hit, but it does exist. But good safety, right? Good survivability, I think that he brings to it. The Mordred you had mentioned, going over towards the niche, and so it does feel very aggressive on the side of the niche. I mean, I see wants to fight, can burn anybody who happens to stand in his way, wants to fight. So realistically, it does feel like they kind of came into this with a game plan, and I like it, but it does mean that it is going to be kind of an all-in, right? You don't necessarily see this team falling behind and then being able to do super well. Maybe they still have some of those ins and outs, especially around objectives, but it is going to be an interesting dynamic that the niche are bringing versus contraction assessment, I should say. I do like a lot of the things you highlighted earlier. A good amount of CC immunity, a good amount of safety, and a good amount of, hey, Daji, please don't pull me.
This is a classic 3-stage dive from the niche, and then some front to back over from Contraction Assessment, where it can maybe lean a little bit more towards to a 3 front 2 back instead of 2 front 3 back, where Sobek and Cucullin can play together, or Sobek Achilles plays together, or all 3 of them are going to be hanging out together. But notably, Sobek and Cucullin should be moving forward. I'd like to see Achilles kind of play that side angle, and you just leave Newt and Chiron to kind of chill by themselves. If you're the niche, you're right? We're walking in, we're W keying, we're burning away beads, and then we're just taking away options to go for kills.
Well, we're going to see how it all plays out as we jump into this game. Again, Contraction Assessment versus the niche. Contraction Assessment are going to be on the left-hand side of the screen, playing from south to north. while the Niche take on the Chaos team. Eyes early on, I mean, immediately when you look at this, I always talk about duo lane early, especially when I see not on her. Well, yes, on her, but I was thinking more
also.
the Sobek and Killcam Kinney, specifically the Horus and the Sobek, as they come in and play, because those two feel like they are the setups. But the on her does not hurt the Niche at all for the early game conversation.
No. Drunk Diplomat will have a lot of damage in hand, especially when you got that Gilded Arrow to start things off, so you get some extra basic attack damage. Pair that with On Her's in hand. Brought Tread, so he's pretty threatening those first couple of levels, and Chiron is a pick that takes a little bit of time to scale up. Right, we need some items. You see that they've started with the circlet, so I imagine like a Transcendence. So it's going to be a bit of a slower start for Donut Doug, but I have seen Donut Doug fry on this Chiron pick. He loves this god. He has slammed it time and time again. It just does a crazy amount of poke damage, which I really like for the contraction assessment comp here, because they are waiting for their right time to go in. They're going to look for a little bit of poke, and then they'll Sobek pluck, and then they'll engage, and then they'll be able to make something shake. I'm glad the camera panned over here, by the way. I want to talk about this lane. These two characters fill a similar role in my mind. This is feast or famine in the solo lane, because whoever comes out on top here gets to dictate the pace of the game. If Snoozism gets a lead on Mordred, it makes Karmic's job very difficult, right? Kukulin wants that early lead. If Karmic gets the early lead, Snoozism doesn't get to play the video game. Right? Because Mordred needs that early lead in order to go in, be effective, and survive the dive that he creates. So somebody is going to hard lose this, is how it should pan out. Otherwise, Karmic and Snooze can kind of have a gentleman's handshake and be like, hey, listen, we can chill to level 20. You want to do that? You just want to have a couple of cold ones? Maybe some limes, lemons, crackers, anything? I've got snacks.
Yeah, just relax. I got a charcuterie board. Do we want to maybe spread that? In fact, speaking of at least looking for a little bit of aggression, Roar. Nope, not going to go for anything too deep under the tower. It's level 3. You're not diving into tier 1 and feeling good about it, at least at this point. It is kind of like what you said, though. Watching the solo lane, I still think action... Look, if I'm going to put my money on where First Blood's going to happen, it's almost always going to be in this duo lane. I feel like that is going to be the spot for aggression. Maybe if Daji hits level 5 before we see a First Blood, we might see something in the mid lane. We might see something somewhere else, but that feels like it should happen in the duo lane. But watching this solo lane, as you just highlighted, it was a surprise to us last game to see the Kukulin go down, not just so early, but to the Pele. So knowing that you could fall behind like that, I mean, we've already seen it in action today, and we've only watched one game. So that is a big thing for Karmic to kind of bear in mind. Same thing for Snoozism. You need to be able to stay aggressive. You need to be able to stay present and be an important pillar for your team over here, even if you're not getting involved in the team fights yet. Tegveer eats. They've rotated over, but it's going to be a fight for the neutral camps. That isn't really a fight nonetheless. It's 3 people on one side. Contraction assessment get in there first, and they're going to be able to pick that up. Blue buff and the sort going the way of the Niche. It's now a pluck. I kind of thought there was going to be a little more follow-up there. That's on me. Doesn't really result in anything. Still no First Blood. 3.5 minutes into this one, which isn't too surprising. But I'm keeping my eyes on this Sobek. Actually, maybe more so on the on-her combo, because that feels like that could be where something goes wrong. Purple buff invade. We'll see if there's a response from the Niche to get anything done here. Roar kind of sticking around. Donut Doug left him out to dry, but that might be the way they wanted it. Picked up, I believe, by Aurora there, and we'll be just trying to get out, like you said, level 5, lurking in the waters. A good 2 levels up on Killcam Kinney, which is insane to think about. And that small lead should be enough to get Aurora out of there.
Look at the positioning here from our mid-jungle combo. So it looks like Niche is going to go for the counter, invade, but whole time that Aurora is making space and being annoying, which is classical Aurora play, Donut Doug gets the buff.
Well, Donut Doug is going to have to play carefully here. Does have the ultimate and should be able to immune out from the dodgy pull. Unfortunately, Aurora already used one, and so that's going to go down. But Tegveer over here looking for an execute is able to get the kill on a Drunk Diplomat without even having to use it. Now is able to go in on Eats, gets the kill there, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Only losing your support and maybe picking up a little bit more. Killcam Kinney low, slowed now thanks to Donut Doug. Blink forward. ult, but this one's going to pull away from Tegveers. They recognize they can't dive too deep, take the 2 kills, and be happy with it.
Oh, meanwhile, solo lane, Karmic and Snooze so low. Karmic goes in and finds Snooze. Ah, that's so tragic for Snooze, because you can see that it looks like he had that ultimate ready to go, but just maybe was waiting for the big ultimate instead of the little one, and that is going to be a tough start for that solo lane. Talked about feast or famine. Well, Karmic is feasting. He'll be the first one to his shifter shield, and that means that he's going to be able to clear out this lane faster than Snooze can keep up. Mordred won't be able to keep the pressure on. Part of what makes Mordred so strong in that lane, especially versus Kukulkan, is the ability to constantly throw out ultimates, you know? We go for that Pursue the Weak. We go to force away Shell and health and damage. Well, Karmic just says, all right, cool, I'm the guy, and I do a big old shout, and I take away your health bar, and also, I've got shifters, so I drop below 70% HP, and now I can't die, right? Shout outs. So it's going to take some outward intervention at this point to help save Snooze's lane, because it is that desperate.
I mean, we were talking about it in the break between the games about how Shifters, admittedly now in a better spot than it was, but it is,
worse.
you know, being able to get it this early, like that is a genuinely big deal for Karmic. And so watching where that goes, I mean, especially getting a kill like that this early, solo, if I remember correctly, because everybody else was on the left-hand side of the map, so like, that is a very, very good controlling kill for Karmic, and it might end up resulting in a little bit more. Donut Doug and Roar still kind of having their poke, mostly against Killcam Kenny here, but luckily it's Horus. Ult comes out from Donut Doug, though, seems to think that the damage is there, and mostly just has enough to make Killcam Kenny fall back, but a really good TKO, forcing the Horus out, giving control of the lane back over, and keeping the pace very steady. Last game, we had a ton of kills, but the gold lead never made that big of a difference. This time around, the gold lead has just ballooned, and no towers have fallen, no neutral objectives have gone. It's 2,000 gold en natural in favor of Contraction Assessment.
Looks like Kenny ulted in on top of Aurora. You can see two. Eats, makes the rotation, but Aurora, I mean, what is this Soma going to do? Maybe find a block?
Well, you've got Tegveer here with a stun. I was thinking maybe a little more that was going to happen again. But instead, I think it was kind of the call. Hey, guys, we're around their purple buff. They have a tier 1 tower here. Why are we fighting? There's a gold Fury up. If we lose this, we lose the gold lead. Instead, I admire this. Pull back the reins a little bit. Slow the game down. Reset your aggression. And just go back to farming. It's already treated you so well. No reason to get rid of it now.
Well, Aurora, the way that they play this game is they are the thorn in your side. That makes it so hard to, like, breathe, right? It's classic Aurora strats. He did in Smite 1, too, right? He played, like, assassin supports as well, just so that he can get in your face and get extra damage off. Snooze seems to think he can kill here. Why are you walking so far up? Ooh, startled me. Oh, that's why. Look at the map. Dodgy and Horus. I mean, if Horus isn't going to survive in duo, might as well gank solo.
And Eats has good damage. Luckily, goes up into the Pal so that tank of the tower switches away and is able to get the kill onto Karmic. But you lose Killcam Kenny. Admittedly, that's going to be worthwhile. You kill off Karmic, who's already started the solo lane. Moswall's over here. You've got Tegveer rotating. It doesn't seem like they're going to commit to any sort of fight in the solo lane. So a great rotation, you call it out, from the niche to make sure they balance things out, at least over on the side of Kukulkan.
The person that suffers in all of this is Killcam Kenny, though. 3 levels down from Aurora. And that is brutal, especially in the solo lane. Or solo lane, excuse me, in the support role. Because farm is already kind of hard to come across. You're already going to be down from the rest of the lobby by virtue of the role that you're playing. But to be 4 levels down... What? Uh-oh.
That's... Hold on. What? Like, I mean, look, with 1 death and a couple of backs, you could tell me maybe 2.
The TKOs!
And I'd be okay with it, but now let's call it 3.5, right? Because he ticked over to level 6. That's still a very substantial amount for your support to not be there, especially when your support is a Horus, who I feel like wants to be a little more involved in things. I think it goes to show a lot of where the farm has been going, kind of funneling it in. Drunken Diplomat not being behind despite the kills going in favor of Contraction Assessment. Maybe that's where they've been trying to balance things out. Gold Fury started, Horus ult in, Killcam Kenny Again,
Oh,
level
that's
6.
good.
We'll see what they do. Palau trying to pull in. Stun good onto Kill Cam Kenny. Execute.
Oh,
Finds the way
no.
they need it, and they take down both who teleport in. You can't contest this Gold Fury if you're the niche now. Trying to stay alive. Donut Doug creating a little bit of mystique, but really just playing bait. Pulls in a couple more. Hostile Puppy taken down. The rest forced to flee. In fact, Snoozism might be in a little bit of trouble fighting Karmic over on the right-hand side, but we can ignore that for now. Gold Fury started up. Junk Diplomat still in the neighborhood. No ult, no support. Might not want to jump into this one. It should be a easy pickup for Contraction Assessment. First Gold Fury of the game, 10.5 minutes in, goes to the order side.
It was such a good engage, too, from Killcam Kenny, and great follow-up from Eats, but Kenny is level 7 at that point, or level 6 at that point still, and just didn't have the ability to tank any of the damage that Contraction Assessment followed up with. And then they just get caught out, taken down by the double execute comp that Contraction Assessment are running between Sobek and the Achilles. So all the health that you have, you get to use even less of it. We don't have enough stacks on our Gauntlet at Thebes. There were 15 stacks on Gauntlet at the time, so we're not even close to having it all the way stacked up yet. And that is the really tough part for Kenny here, where we were so far behind that now, even though you had a good play, but excuse me?
I mean, just insane follow-up damage on that as well, right? What a great pluck from Aurora. Unfortunately, if you're rooting for Contraction Assessment, Hostile Puppy gets out of there. And in fact, they might even turn it around. What a great kill. Great play from Eats to make sure that aggression gets punished. But I mean, insane play. That's the kind of thing you need to do to stop Contraction Assessment. You need to, one, be able to get out alive. Hostile Puppy does a great job there. And B, you have to be able to punish them. That's a good way to slow down some of that momentum. And make Contraction Assessment pump the brakes instead of just run you over.
Man, that was a max distance. Oh, you salmon leapt over the Pursuit of the Week. You're insane, Karmic. That was nuts. Oh, that's so brutal. Ooh, look at these solo lane builds, actually. That's really cool. Hold on. Something cool.
Aurora pulled back into some damage. Should be fine. Techveer's playing aggressive. Techveer's getting awarded for the aggression. Finds one kill and is looking for a little more, but you're fighting a fight between two. You have to be careful here. Killcam Kenny is going to get out of there. Has caught up. Now only 2 levels behind, at least, in terms of where Aurora is. Techveer playing a dangerous game. Making sure to trade things out, right? You killed our mid laner. We're going to kill yours just to keep things a little, I'm not going to say fair because they've got a 4,000 gold lead. But even, I guess, in terms of some of the numbers, which also isn't fair because it's 8 kills to 3. And we're looking at potentially a pretty early Pyromancer. 4,000 gold, just about. Should go over with the Pyromancer. And now Control pretty heavily and still has been and will continue to be in favor of Contraction Assessment. So I'll ask you, 13 minutes in, what should the niche be doing right now to try and balance this out?
We got to get Snooze out of this lane. We have a 3-stage dive comp that we can't execute on because a couple stages of our dives are in disrepair, right? My Horus is super behind, my Mordred is stuck in his lane, my Daji's doing pretty okay, all things considering. So we just have to accelerate to the point in the game where we can all play together as 5 and hopefully not get picked off. Kill him. Under tower, he's chilling. Hostile Puppy, though, has me a little nervous here, though, Gore. Look at the positioning by that Merlin.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Is going to be able to walk around over the ward, but now, again, Dodgy. Hey, we were just complimenting this. The Palau does a lot of heavy lifting when you're Dodgy, but now you might be in a little bit of danger because everyone's coming in to collapse in on specifically you, and that is going to be an easy pickup kill for Contraction Assessment. Now, continuing the chase forward, Hostile Puppy, relatively low. Killcam Kenny, just another body for them to burn through. Techveer somehow stays alive, is able to dodge out Junk Diplomat's ult and keep going. Now Donut Doug doing the same. The CC is, oh my god, that's so crazy. The way they play together, the fact they get the kill, the fact Donut Doug and Techveer live. I'm not going to shout demoralization, but man, that is an excellent set of plays. And like you said, maybe it's time to just hunker down and wait until you can join as 5.
It's an excellent set of plays, but for the niche, it's everything happening in all different places when the solution is to stack and layer our CC together, because that's when it's the most effective. But instead, the niche is getting caught out in weird spots like, why is my Daji fighting this Achilles, this 5-0 Achilles, by their speed? You're not killing them. That's not happening. This could be a kill, though. Maybe catch a roar, burn him down. Actually, it's a roar. He might be fine.
Yeah, it's... honestly, and Aurora might even be giggling right now. It's like they're using so much to get the kill. They do get him, though, and are able to set that up. Specifically, that being a Gold Fury already started up by the niche. It could be a way to claw back some of this gold, but you got to do it a little faster than what you're doing. Donut Doug has ult, could go for a long way snipe, might have to go in for the kills, and they're going to do that instead. Tegveer's over here, so it's going to be a 2v4, but it's a very dangerous 2v4. Gold Fury gets leashed, perfect timing to make sure the ult doesn't come through. Donut Doug, though, he gets a kill! Oh, and he's going to stay alive, but only for a second longer. They managed to trade some out, but it's 2 right now for 4. Is it worth it to trade this all out? Oh my god, the wrecking ball that is Contraction Assessment. Destroy the wall that the niche had built. And they didn't even break a sweat doing it. Now Gold Fury going over to the order side. What a win for them to pick up here.
Yet another engagement where the niche on paper has very solid fight potential here, but then you look at the gold difference and you go, oh, we may or may not be like 6k gold down at the time. Oh, that's not very good. That makes this so much harder than it needs to be. So even though mechanically everything goes well, your damage numbers just aren't there. And then the fact that I can't believe Donut Doug spent 3 years in that Chiron ultimate. Like, what are we talking about? He just sat there so patient and ready to get that last little hit off. And that just completely breaks the minds of the niche, because now they're like, oh, we gotta kill this Chiron. Because it went from, okay, we killed the Chiron, quote unquote, now we can move on to the next thing. He respawns, and niche is like, oh, jeez. Oh, dear. Oh, now what? We're gonna panic and we're gonna die. Is kind of how that breaks down. And the whole time, not only is Contraction Assessment winning these fights, they're also pulling crazy objectives afterwards. You get a free Gold Fury. I got a free mid pad. Guess what's up? Moonlight Queen Naga, right? Sure, maybe we can kill Karmic. That'd be pretty cool and epic and awesome. We gotta do more than that.
And they might honestly not even be able to do that. They're burning Karmic pretty heavily, but you've got backup if you're Karmic, able to fall back, and it's Kukulkan. So guess what, Kukulkan? The health bar is going up. The health bar is rising right now, and you've got backup. Palau comes out from Eats, going to pull in at least a couple to create some damage. Ooh, and now up in the sky, thanks to the Mordred. That's going to be the thing that ends off Karmic, but unfortunately you've traded out Eats in the process. You need a couple more kills, so why not find him? You get rid of Aurora, but it's only the front line. Finally, you take down Tegveer. I'd argue one of the biggest targets, and like you said, Snoozism leading the way for the team. Now, with kill cam Kenny, you need some CC. You need a lockdown if you're going to get Moswall. And you need just a little space to close that gap. It might be Snooze who can do it. Will they dive the tower and hold on to this? And can they do the damage? The answer to the both is going to be yes. They have exactly what they need. A good swing of kills, and the niche clawing their way back into the game.
Oh, finally we got the... Well, we didn't get the Mordred out of solo. We just brought the fight to the solo side of the map. So our Mordred could go in and get crazy value off of this ultimate. It was a good start from the niche there, right? Because what happens? We don't kill Karmic, but we lower their health so much that it makes this Kukulkan kind of difficult to pilot. It's hard to operate when you don't have your full health bar in these team fights, especially when you've got that Merlin hostile puppy throws out a bunch of damage at your feet, and you're like, all right, well, the floor is lava, and I don't want to be here anymore, and this is tough. The niche not only find a way to completely, maybe not completely, but you know, they wipe away Contraction Assessment, but also we didn't lose that many people in the process. The losses were fairly acceptable. The only downside is that we weren't able to make a bigger play on the map afterwards, and that's just a product of the fact that we were already pretty behind. But this does put a sense of trepidation in Contraction Assessment. You have to acknowledge and respect what this Mordred can do, and that's why we're sending everybody to solo lane.
And now you've got to shut down what has become the problem for you. Snoozism, though, being Karmic up into the sky just to stay alive a little longer. But the damage is just there, and realistically, once you have an execute on the board, that's where it pays off, is these tankier targets. Kill goes the way of Tegveer. 8-1 and 7 for the jungler. 2 levels up on the Dodgy. Has to be talked about. I mean, this impact from the jungle, from Tegveer specifically, has been insane. Now, you've got Kukulkan defending tier 2 on left. Fire Giant being taken by Contraction Assessment on the right-hand side of the map. They might not even lose the tower for it.
You see that Tegvir is backing as well to help out Karmic, which, by the way, that fight earlier where Karmic and Snoozism were brawling and Karmic dashes in front of Snoozism's ult, that was gross. That was disgusting. That actually just kills the Mordred dead at his tracks. I've never seen something more tragic. It was like slow-mo and music and everything. Horus ulted in, but what?
Karmic. Honestly, it's one of those things that things might be not looking great for you, but ultimately your team is around you. You've got a little bit of backup and the Fire Giant around your belts. You lose Tegvir in the process, but you pick up Drunk Diplomat. Now you need a couple more kills to make this worthwhile. That jungler was 8, 1, and 8, so you need something to open up some space to be able to knock down these towers. You get Kill Cam Kenny, that's the duo lane. What else can you find to make this worth your time? The chase is on. Good movement from Snoozism, but like you said, there's a small cutoff. The slows aren't going to be there. The range isn't going to be there. In fact, Hostile Puppy might be in a good spot. Again, Merlin can do a lot of burn, but can get burned in the process. Karmic chasing him down, Moswell nearby. And this just feels like it is a slow but sure pickup in favor of the solo laner. There it is. The kill comes their way. So who still has Fire Giant? Oh, right. Contraction Assessment has it on 4 members. Karmic, Moswell, Aurora, and Donut Doug. State of the map. 4 towers still standing. 2 tier 1s, 2 tier 2s. 4 Contraction Assessment. 3 tier 2s and a tier 1 in left for the niche. Where the grouping is going to be for Contraction Assessment right now, actually around the Gold Fury, as they just try to make this lead bolster even further.
It was an interesting ult hint from the Horus to start everything off there. And a bit of a Scooby-Doo moment, too, where the niche was like, all right, we found our tar... Where'd he go? I could have sworn there were enemies in this lane at some point or another. Where's the door, Josh? And then Karmic blinks past him as Aura's like, just gonna squeeze right by here. Don't mind me. Sorry, Gee. I gotta go somewhere else. I like this. So the original idea from the niche with the engagement on that fight is sound. We just weren't expecting the rest of Contraction Assessment to go. Because when you're in this situation, you can't win a 5v5. You have to try to force either some sense of false isolation where you can zero somebody out, or we just have to group up on somebody and just 1v5 them. But that is not something the Contraction Assessment will typically let happen, unless...
No, Karmic, yeah, or in a maybe not so great spot, jump over the wall, but chase down, and Eats will get credit for the kill now up on the Powwow. Not a lot of people to pull in, but the damage still seems to be there.
You can fight this.
In the midst of everybody, uses the ult trying to disengage, but doesn't really get that far. Instead slams into the wall and now has to run away the old-fashioned way. You've got Drunk Diplomat, just barely. What a good blink to be able to create that space. Now, all of this going on, still fighting, still looking for kills, still going for Drunk Diplomat. It is important to note that right now, Donut Doug is pulling 2-3 members away from this fight by putting pressure on the Phoenix. There was a tier 1 and tier 2 over here. Keyword being was, as the gold lead now goes to 11,000 in favor of Contraction Assessment. But Donut Doug dying right here is a huge deal. The niche, we had mentioned it. Yes, they're behind in kills. Yes, they're behind in gold. They're behind in objectives. They're behind in every metric of the game you could think. But now they're able to group as 5, and that has been doing a huge favor for their team fight. Now, a little bit of burn. Slow immunity coming out from the Sobek means that Aurora can create more space. This is not, by any means, the niche being back in this game yet, Musi, but man, their fights have felt so much better the last couple of minutes than it did for the first 20.
That is the magic of having 4 or 5 people versus 1 person. And luckily for the niche, we are not losing those fights. So we are, the head is just barely above the water. The nose is above the water, while the rest of the face is maybe a bit submerged. But it comes the question, how can we now translate this into larger scale fights? And also, what is that fight even supposed to look like, right? We talk about 3-stage dive from the niche. And when I'm thinking about that, I'm like, yeah, of course, because you're going to have, either Kill Kim Kenny or Snoozism get in there, start a fight with their ultimates. And then the ideal of after Snooze and after Kill Kim Kenny, Eats is able to go in and pull a ton of value with their ultimate. And Drunk and Hostile Puppy can throw damage on top of that powwow, and that should kill a couple of people. That is the prevailing theory here that we have with our team comp. We haven't been able to execute that, but the longer the game goes on, the more likely we can, right? Because at some point in the game, the gold difference won't matter, the experience difference won't matter, because we'll all be level 20 full build. So that's what the niche is trying to do. Drag the game out, kicking and screaming with pick after pick, just trying to get to that point. Gotta be careful not to overextend, though. That's what I think is happening right now.
I mean, Aurora, any person on the niche is one good pluck away from death at any given moment. It just depends on the backup they have. Right now, it's going to be Eats versus Donut Doug. Donut Doug now going into the ultimate to avoid the pull from the Powwow. Gets into execute range, doesn't even need it. Oh my god! Those shots are doing so much damage, and Eats is just gone. Drunk Diplomat killed off. In the meantime, Karmic leading the way under the Phoenix. Now with minions here, they should be able to take down the bird, but they're looking for the kills because the target is a little bit bigger than just the Phoenix. 3 down, 30 seconds before Drunk Diplomat is back. Now 20 as they start to go in towards the Titan room. Contraction Assessment looking to lead the way and control this game from minute 1, maybe to minute done, as they just keep the damage coming. Tekvir, kill. And now it is Snoozism versus the world versus the entirety of this squad. And unfortunately, just not much you can do about it. Now the Titan is the target, and 26 minutes into this one, Contraction Assessment are going to close things out.
Contraction Assessment at the very end said, all right, I've had enough of people going on solo adventures. Everybody group up and make something happen. Let's go mid, because we know that the niche is going to try to pick the fringes of our sweater here to see if they can pull and unravel the whole thing, but they called the bluff. You know, you send Aurora out there in the mid lane and be like, ooh, look at this juicy little crocodile. I've eaten crocodile nuggets, or alligator nuggets. It's delicious. Those things bang. That's good. I would have chased Aurora too. I'm hungry, right? Unfortunately, it's all a bait. And then when you have Eats go in after Donut Doug on a hero's mission to try to kill this ADC, the rest of the squad just kind of comes out of the shadows and says, hello. And unfortunately, Donut Doug was given just the world's strongest railgun with 3 bullets and a dream, and it eliminates Eats off the map. And that is just the way that I feel like a lot of these fights have been going. At least initially for Contraction Assessment, where they just piece apart the niche, they're not allowed to play together, and then they win, right? The niche's fights look good when they are, grouping up as 5 versus 1 person and just barely getting that kill. Unfortunately, we weren't able to drag the game on long enough where we could have seen that classic dive comp from the niche. Because on paper, it looks so good, but you said it right at the start, Gore. If the niche is not the attacking team, it's very hard to see them win a fight. Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, they weren't. they just weren't for a majority of that. I was actually just thinking, I was watching some of the highlights with Eats, and unfortunately, this might be maybe the best example of it. The Powwow, I feel like, was used less aggressively and more please save me than really anything else in this game. It just never really got to be the big thing. And I was thinking about how that impacts like picks and bans, because this Daji was picked up pretty early on, which means a lot of the picks that Contraction Assessment were able to grab were in response to knowing Powwows on the board, and so you never got to pull too many. It never really got to do a lot. I mean, Tekvir, Aurora, Donut Doug, Moswall, all able to avoid it really easily. For some of them, I mean, Aurora and Karmic might want to be pulled because now they're in the rest of your team and they can just disrupt. So the moments that it had weren't maybe as stellar. It's just an unfortunate fall down, whether that's in picks and bans, whether it's in play, maybe a little bit of both. But it does show, I think, how dominating Contraction Assessment can be as a team and how they have been. And that does mean that they're going to continue moving on and moving forward in this bracket. But for us, at least for right now, we're going to kick it to a quick break while some of the other games finish up and while we decide who our next matchup is going to be. So for right now, grab your snacks, not your drinks, and then just grab your stuff. Do your thing. We're going to go to a quick break. Welcome back, everyone, into Smite Prime, the August Circuit, week number 3. My name's Gormizer, and joining me throughout the day, as you have seen probably so far, unless you're just tuning in, has been Musi. Of course, we have watched some action-packed games so far, one closer than the other. The last one, I think, a very, very astute game from Contraction Assessment is maybe the polite way that we'll say that. We can take a look at the bracket and see the path that these teams have gone through. Reminder, we're still in best of 1 territory here in the semifinals. Contraction Assessment up at the top against Hydrogen Bomb, and I just want to dance
I just want to dance. I just want to dance. Versus Souls of the Damned, as they have proceeded beating out Drum in the round just previous. So, we are familiar with Souls of the Damned roster. You know, that's the Kaveka, Cherry, Globe, John Rowing. Is that Rat Milk? Is that who W is? Okay. But then they'll be going up against I Just Want to Dance. I Just Want to Dance. That's the Inferno squad with Tempo, Raspy, Shadow, and of course, Butt Lover.
Now, is this the official theme song that you're singing of I Just Want to Dance, or is this maybe you like pitching it to them, trying to get it to work, trying to get it to happen?
It's like, well, it's that one song. It's like, baby, baby, I just want to dance. I just want to dance. I think about the cat that dances.
And as we know now, this part of the VOD completely muted. Obviously, Musi, the most accurate representation, I think, of that musical arrangement. But yeah, no, the bracket, as we've seen through, best of one still here in the semifinals. These teams that have played through a lot, and you can see, actually, for I Just Want to Dance, being able to knock down some higher-seeded teams through their path up to this point. Souls of the Damned, again, playing that we saw earlier. Very, very fight-heavy. Sometimes was good, sometimes was brought to them in a way that maybe they wouldn't have appreciated, but they were able to continue, I think, in that route no matter what. So I'm excited to see what this team's going to be doing, especially now that John Rowing is just permanently in the building, has had at this point a couple hours in the building instead of being locked out, and so being able to do that. I also think that other matchup is going to be insane. I don't think there's a weak matchup in the semifinals, which means that we're in for a good finals when we get there. But before we do that, we still have to make it through this game. Reminder, I've said it, I think this will be the third time, but I just want to hammer it in. Still best of one for this matchup. So depending on which team comes through, could be their last chance for, well, no, one of them, it's going to be the last chance for the finals. Yeah. One of them will, one of them won't. We'll just see how that makes it. Agni has been a mainstay staple band so far today, and that is not going to be changing whatsoever, especially when you look at that win-loss. 13-5 win played. It was pretty good overall, but the Daji taken away from Souls of the Damned very early on.
Yeah, and again, she's still one of the characters, even though we saw her maybe not perform as good as we would have liked to see in the game previous, she still brings quite a bit to the table, especially with more coordinated play, being able to capitalize off the fact that she's going to be able to take away some form of beads or relic or ultimate just by virtue of existing. But I am predicting that we're going to see maybe a similar comp that we saw the last time we saw Souls of the Damned. I want to know if I Just Want to Dance have done their homework and maybe looks at banning away a Susano or an Uller. You give Rat Milk, that's W. W is Rat Milk. A little feisty little guy, he was hiding from us. You give Rat Milk the Susano, and this guy's just gonna frag, right? He runs it down, shout outs. So, I don't want to see Rat Milk be allowed to play this pick again. I want to see him forced onto something else, potentially. Maybe take him outside of the comfortable, loving, warm arms that is one of the strongest junglers you can slam right now.
At the beginning of that, by the way, there's a good sound clip for anybody who wants it, where you said, like, I just want to see if I just want to dance. Like, that is going to be a really good line from top to bottom. Horus, and now the Op Wash banned out by Souls of the Damned. Daji and the Xingqian. Also, first off, great moves.
Thank you.
Really interesting to see the Op Wash, I think, so heavily, I guess, prioritized in this, which maybe speaks to some knowledge about I Just Want to Dance that Souls of the Damned have. Maybe speaks to something about their comp that they don't want this giant zone of denial that is the Op Wash ult, coming into the equation during team fights. But, hey, bring us back to game number one. First pick, it's Ull.
I mean, Kaveka has shown that they are comfortable with this pick. They like to slam it. If you want to talk about comfort, the Hou Yi locked in for Inferno there. I mean, that's one of his most played picks that we have. So the ADCs are going to be very happy with what they got going on. But now the question is, what can we follow up with? I mean, Hou Yi has a jump, so I wonder if Cheerio is going to go for the Ymir again, even though I Just Want to Dance so far, they can get away from it. Instead, it's the other aggressive support you can have. I like the Sobek.
And we just saw a very stellar game from Aurora on Sobek. We now see the Susano that you have been talking about and hyping up for W/Rat Milk, whichever one you want to call them. It was phenomenal earlier today, right? It was an absolute powerhouse in that game. But I think the question is going to be, are they going to go, what was it, Pele versus the Cucullin earlier? What do they pick up versus the Mordred is kind of what I'm curious about. Are they going to go for a Cucullin? Are they going to be able to get that off to as a good of a start as the Pele did when we watched them earlier today? TBD, and we'll let them decide that in the next few minutes. Achilles and the Cerberus, or Kerberos, if you so please.
If you're music,
locked in. Yeah. I just want to dance locking these in. It feels like a pretty good front line overall for the Chaos Squad.
I mean, we have, again, a lot of really solid initiation to set up for good dives between Mordred and Kerberos. If we have a jungler that is able to, well, a jungler. The Achilles or the Mordred is going to be the jungler in this circumstance. We just need an aggressive mid laner or somebody with a lot of CC. Maybe Discordia could not be too bad. Or big follow-up damage. I very firmly believe that Birdman Ra is super, super good in the right circumstances. This could be a potential right circumstance here because we have a lot of setup for our Ra, potentially, to be able to make some Ra beams happen. But then I look over on the other side of the water here, Gore, and that team comp looks very familiar to me. Maybe just a couple of things swapped out, but they accomplish the same things. Sobek can run it down. Cherio loves doing it. And Cucullin is a lane bully. John Rowing loves to just run it down. Cucullin does what John Rowing wants to do.
Yeah, you've opened up the area for a different sort of aggression, but the front line is the only thing that changes. Susano, Morgan Le Fay, we've seen it run today. So now the question is, does the Sobek feast or famine? Does the Cucullin do well against Mordred, Achilles, whichever one it ends up being? I do think it's interesting because we were talking about that matchup, the Cucullin versus the Mordred last game, and very specifically it was like, well, whoever gets the first lead is probably the one who's going to find control, which was true, but not exactly because of the lead that Cucullin got, more so because of the lead that the team got as a whole. Yeah. Do you feel the same way? I mean, whether it's Mordred or Achilles, do you feel the same way about that matchup in solo?
I feel like my opinions are still the same, although they've been clarified a little bit in terms of who's going to be stronger when. Pre-level 5, Cucullin has access to be the guy, to go into his berserk form and get more abilities, enhanced abilities, the constant AoE proccing, but once Mordred hits 5, then the playing field levels a bit, and the Mordred has a chance to strike in there, and that's when he can get ahead.
Well, we'll find out who it's going to be over there and what that matchup's going to look like as we jump into game here for Souls of the Damned versus I Just Wanna Dance here in the semi-finals. And it will be Butt Lover, of course, coming back and playing the Mordred over there in solo lane up against this Cucullin as we were looking at. So maybe makes more sense, especially given what we just saw, Achilles going into the jungle. Raspy on this new... It's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, for every single step, top to bottom, on I Just Want to Dance. And I think that's mainly because today I've seen what Souls of the Damned have to offer, and I know that it can be quite scary.
Yeah, Souls of the Damned, we saw it before. We're going to see it again. Cherio's going to run it down. Rat Milk is going to have their time to shine as well. It is Rat Milk this time instead of W. Oh, I wonder if it's a different jungler, if they had to use a sub from before. So, still the same amount of aggression that I would expect from anybody who's going to be piloting the Susanoo. You're going to see the Barb Carver get online, and then you're going to see them get active. Something worth noting, though, Rat Milk has opted for the Bumba's Cudgel as opposed to the Leather Cowl that we traditionally see some of these junglers opt for, i.e. Shadow has the Leather Cowl instead of Bumba's. But with this Cudgel, you're getting a lot of flat cooldown reduction between every auto that you throw, and that's very handy for a Susanoo because guess what? He's throwing autos in every single piece of his kit. That's what makes the Barb Carver so good. So you could expect that Rat Milk is maybe looking for some longer fights potentially because he'll have his abilities ready to go immediately after he kit dumps on top of a target. And Souls of the Damned have a team comp that can play the extended fight. They can play for some poke, back up, and then re-engage. Sobek is really good at that, right? You can full commit, and then you can Lurking Waters to either get away or commit harder. And then once you are able to reset that space, guess what? I'm just going to pluck back in again. And Globe is able to throw damage over a wall, and holy...
Yeah, that damage is good. Kveka is not playing lax by any means, but does not have the range or the auto. Inferno, though, I mean, that's a TKO. You're going to be able to get some farm. You've already just invaded, so this is going to be able to get, a little more going for the Souls of the Damned, and specifically for Kveka and Cherio. I'm actually really excited to watch this because I feel like the Ymir combo that we watched these two play earlier today was very aggressive. I feel like the Sobek enables the a little more, not necessarily maybe in the team fight, right, because it's still single target. We saw Cherio hit some insane walls. But being able to just grab a guy with a very easy, predictable arc for your to follow up the damage on, I mean, you can't ask for anything better as a carry.
Yeah, being able to know exactly how somebody is going to move so you can take the couple of seconds to line up your shot. And it's the training wheels to training wheels that we talked about before, where Kveka CC chains into Cherio CC and vice versa. But this time, Tempo and Inferno, they're not the E-set to be able to offer a ton of util and peel. They're a very aggressive duo as well. In fact, Cherio's going to take a bunch of poke here. And that is a lot to do with the fact that we look at Inferno, they've got the ricocheting autos. So that's going to be very scary towards the later end of the game. But the selflessness I see for Tempo is actually what helps keep Inferno alive if they do get CC'd. And that's a little different from what we see some of the supports going nowadays, where Bluestone and Conduit is kind of the wind and truth at this point. But selflessness just gives you a little bit of a health shield in case things go sideways. And Cherio and Kveka have so much CC, so you're going to get a lot of value off that selflessness proc.
And being able to, like you said, be just a little more present, especially with how Cherio and Kveka are going to play, is going to enable a whole lot. I do admire, I'm interested, in the jungle. Maybe we should be interested in mid lane. Raspy, absolutely. Soloed, like you said, kill for Globe for first blood, and only 3 minutes in. I mean, that is not exactly how you want things to be going. And I mean, you can tell early on, great level, great ult, great everything, but 6-5 now. That's going to be a good pressure point to lean on for Souls of the Damned.
It's so interesting to see a mid laner solo out another mid laner these days, too, because that just doesn't really happen anymore in Smite 2. Like, the lane is so short and stubby that you should be able to get back to your tower with ease. It's usually the junglers that kind of force something to go down there. Speaking of forced, that's a lot of damage. Kveka able to hit that axe. Looks sketchy for a second, but that's going to give Globe a crazy edge and maybe some extra rotational power, too.
Well, now, John Rowing in a little bit of trouble. 2-on-1 over here, but just good movement overall. Well, normally would have been enough, but unfortunately for you, Shadows got an execute. So now, 1 on the board, and for the jungler of I Just Wanna Dance, while aggression happens over in the duo lane, Kveka, not a lot of mana to work with here. So they're going to back up, and it will just rest. 1 kill goes the way of I Just Wanna Dance, ties things up 1-1.
Once Kveka gets, you see Manatome and Infused Axe, so Transcendence will be on the way for this Ull. He needs it. I mean, this guy chews through a crazy amount of mana, and, even though the mana changes were, a billion patches ago, it's still pretty relevant to talk about. Because you cannot just kind of spam your abilities as much as you could in the past. You have to be a little bit more conservative with how you are throwing out these axes and these hails of arrows, as it were. Once you get that Transcendence online, though, get some MP5, you get to stack up your max mana, and then, of course, you'll be getting something along the lines of, like, maybe Heartseeker or Hydras, if it pleases you. And then Kveka will be able to be the Uller that is just constantly throwing damage at your face. When I throw my axe, it puts my bladed arrow on a shorter cooldown. Isn't that fun? Burn, burn, burn. You're like, thanks, man. Yeah, I get it. Ow, thank you. Not pleasant, by the way. That hurts. I didn't enjoy any of that at all. Because, unfortunately, you have to die. I.e.
Now lock that in with Cherry and the Bluestone, it feels like, which also sounds like a band name, by the way, Cherry and the Bluestone. The damage numbers are just ridiculous. And unfortunately for Inferno, prime recipient of all of this has been happening towards it. I mean, it just feels like the hundreds of damage ticks that I keep seeing. A war of attrition that your health bar is just not winning.
tick damage is going to be the name of the game for Souls of the Dom too, because remember this Morgan Le Fay build is going to go like Soul Reaver, Bluestone, and then tank as well. We're ripping this gold, by the way. Oh,
yeah,
no one can stop it.
I mean, hold, you've got it. Newt a little too late on the damage, and unfortunately anybody else that had stepped up, Cherio, was playing bodyguard, and so creating enough space. Kills might be 1-1, might be tied, but the gold starts to tell a different story. It looks like, quick math, almost 2,000, just a little under. As it goes the way of Souls of the Damned. Yeah, the 1,800, 1,900 kind of hovering. And that's a good lead 7 minutes into this game, a very good spot to be in. With a lot of it, it feels like laying kind of in mid, but you can see level up in what, 3 different roles where they've got a level lead for Souls of the Damned. So really good precision, all kind of in the core of the map.
It's interesting to me that, you know, John Rowing took an early knee versus Butt Lover because of the rotation from Shadow, but thanks to that Gold Fury, they actually won't be too far behind. They're actually able to kind of keep up with this Mordred, which they definitely need to in order to make sure that they can stay fairly relevant. This mid pad's going to open up, and guess who's here?
Well, damage seems to be good. Globe has a lot coming from downtown, but it's not enough to get the kill just yet. Diving a little deep, but I think
Unfortunate. Looks like Kaveka dies to the 1v1 as well. So it's blood on the battlefield, but maybe not in the places we were hoping as Souls of the Damned. Yeah, you're able to get that mid-ritual, but you're not able to walk away with any kills. So now we're in this weird spot of kind of standing and staring at each other. Ratmilk does have their Barb Carver finished up, though. That's going to be a lot of damage in the hands of the Susanoo. You just have to find a place to put it, right? John Rowing has their shifters, but also this Captain's Ring, so that could be a couple of things. Maybe Breastplate?
Yeah.
Shield of Phoenix, or I'm thinking Breastplate.
Gives some opportunities. Like you said, build-wise, I'm kind of anticipating something to happen here. It seems like everybody's grouped up in a position to try and do so, but maybe was just posturing in a position. There's no Gold Fury up. There's no real reason for a huge fight on left other than for the sake of it. And so instead, going to be a nice retreat. Good stun. Almost a great pluck, but brilliant from Inferno to go up into the air. Just in time to dodge that one. Otherwise, surefire death. And now with the Moonlight Favor going on to the side of Souls of the Damned, we'll have a little bit more lane push going in their favor. I guess the question for you now, where, pressure-wise, where do you see things going next? Shadow has ult, Ratmilk has ult, both capable of being able to apply some pressure. Maybe that answer will be provided to me, because I see on the left-hand side of the map, not just aggression from Kaveka, but also Ratmilk kind of nearby, but not close enough to help the carry just yet. Good jukes, great lead, Kaveka somehow staying alive through all that. Now with a stun and the help of the support and jungler, they turn that one around, pick up one on Inferno, and the chase, the knock-up, the plays are just clean, and they find 2 kills on the duo lane and left.
My goodness. It looks like on paper for a second, Kaveka starts to kind of int a little bit, and you're like, oh, okay, why is this guy running at me, says Tempo and Inferno, but it's the oldest trick of the book. If your lane opponent suddenly starts to get aggressive, and it seems like it's coming out of nowhere, there might be a jungler on the way to clean up off of that kill. Kaveka, what a nail biter, though. Being able to get that jump over the wall completely separates themselves from Tempo and Inferno, and luckily for Inferno, he didn't jump after him, because that could have spelled certain doom, because at that point the Susanoo's right around the corner, but unfortunately it does put them in an awkward spot, and that enables Ratmilk and Cherio, who swoops in the nick of time, to clean up that kill. This funnels a little bit more gold into Kaveka's pocket and delays Inferno's late game. Look at their first item there. That Dev Gaunts tells me that Inferno wants this game to go long so that we can stack up this item and infinitely scale with your strength, right? More strength, more lifesteal, and once you hit that 75 stacks, you get an extra 10 strength and 3% lifesteal there. So I Just Want to Dance want the long game. They want to drag this out. They don't want a high event game where people are constantly dying. This guy just, I just want to dance, I just want to farm. Tend to the crops.
Realistically,
but it's
you've got 1 kill well, maybe that's gonna change here. Kaveka's in a lot of trouble. Suns get dropped. But Kvake is able to get on out of there. In fact, it actually might turn around on Inferno. Look at where Cherio and
We're
Rat Milk are coming in.
back!
They are definitely looking for the fight. They might be able to isolate it now up into the sky. Good leap, good over the wall, and good disengage from Inferno. But what I was going to say was the kills 3-2 don't seem too different. The Golden Experience, on the other hand, are telling a very, very important story, and it is all Souls of the Damned. It is all in their control, 3K of each. It really is, like you said, you want to play for the long game, but the farm is just as important. It's very, very important, actually, right now, to make sure that this lead doesn't continue to grow, which you might struggle with over here, where Inferno just seems to be the primary target of bullyization from Souls of the Damned.
Just kind of has that vibe where you feel like you can shove him into a locker, so you can't really help yourself, and then you do it, right? Like,
the intrusive thoughts win.
Yeah, I'm losing. I can't help myself. Speaking of losing, dude, forced into the air here.
Yeah, quick up down from Raspy means that the 4 people that were waiting will get that kill. It'll be the second one onto the mid laner, and now you've got a nice 4v5, you've got a comfortable lead, you've got the kills in your favor. Start up a Gold Fury, and that's going to be the call for Souls of the Damned. They're going to step in, and so far they're burning it pretty well. You've got John rowing, creating a little space, but not as much as maybe you would feel comfortable with now. Looking for potentially the engage, trying to find it. Globe gets the Gold Fury. That's the second one now for Souls of the
Body
Damned.
blocked
And
it.
they locked down Shadow. I was going to mention that they were looking towards Shadow, but now they have the kills in their favor. But Lover hanging in the jungle. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to avoid laughing at the name, but avoiding, like you said, the fight and making sure to stay alive. Now Pyromancer started up. It looks like Souls of the Damned might just be in control of all of the objectives right now.
I mean, Bot Lover is just existing what we're all thinking, right? They're just brave enough to have it out there, be proud. Shout
just
out
to
Bot
put
Lover.
it, to wear the badge proudly.
Yeah, and you know what? Fist bump. Shout outs. Speaking of crazy things, Souls of the Damned, Gold Fury, a pick into Pyromancer. Guess what's coming up next? Moonlight Queen Naga. So we have a bomb to confirm Naga if it comes to that. I Just Want to Dance is in a situation here where you have to draw a line in the sand. You have to put your foot down somewhere, and you gotta make sure that when you put your foot down, you're stepping on some toes, so that Souls of the Damned does not completely run away with everything here. We have some really solid dive. I mean, Butt Lover on this Mordred, Tempo on a Kerberos pick here. We have Blink Engage from Curb. The only issue is that there's just so many beads from Souls of the Damned, actually. All the squishies got beads, and the tanks have CC immune ultimates. So it's gotta be the 1-2 punch, right? Either Butt Lover goes in and then Tempo goes in, or vice versa. But you have to be able to execute on that and really try to walk away the winners of a team fight. If Souls of the Damned are allowed to do what they've been doing, they're going to run away with the whole thing.
Tempo already in a little bit of trouble. Taste down. Can't engage if you're just
Oh,
dead.
over the wall.
And that seems to be the mentality Rat Milk has coming into this one. Make sure to shut that down as soon as possible. And oh my god! The damage from Kaveka. It felt like that was going relatively close, but man, that fell apart.
I mean, Hou-Yi Aspect is like a 1v1. Actually, they're not the 1v1 menace that non-Aspect Hou-Yi is, so you don't really have the CC to be able to convince somebody to knock him on you. Speaking of convincing, I'm going to convince Shadow to go to the gray screen. Rat Milk. Not even a little bit of contestation there, by the way. He just ate him up like a munch. That was crazy. We're at the stage of the game where it's about to... The floor is about to fall from underneath your feet, and the only real solution here is drag the game out by ganging up on somebody who maybe is solo pushing a lane out of position, or try to all in and fight together. But Souls of the Damned have been doing a great job of just doing what I Just Want to Dance do, which is, yeah, hey, I found you walking through this jungle. Goodbye. I'll miss you. Tell your mother I say hello.
Yes, swimming with the fishes. It does feel like this is going to be a squad that, like, It's 6,000 gold. It's exactly what you say. Find solo picks. Do what you can. Chase Kveka. Hopefully hit Kveka with your ult. At least able to find a little bit there, but unfortunately peeled away. And now Butt Lover still looking to go, relatively deep here. Try to get some pressure. There's only so much you can do. Neutral objectives and everything else has been going the way of Souls of the Damned. And that one seems like it's going to fall apart. In fact, Butt Lover might now be the one in trouble. Went from causing trouble to potentially now to the gray screen. Like you said earlier, it is just done as easy as 1, 2, 3. Another solo kill over on left for Kveka. And it does feel, I'm not saying the floor is dropped, but the floor is like opening more and more with every single one of these deaths.
You're kind of looking at the floor. There's a few holes in the floorboards. You glance down, you take a peek into the yawning abyss of infinite black void. You kind of like, nope. I don't know if that's like safety regulation. You get OSHA involved. They come over. They tell you need a new floorboard. Yeah, zero anything to be had there. And guess what? Still gotta dance on that floor. Holes there may be. Question is, you get a tango? Or you gonna do some kind of two-step maneuver? Honestly, tangoing, not what you want to do here. Souls of the Dom love to tango. They love that fight. They love to get in there. They love to get out. They love to make it happen. I just want to dance. It's the two-step symphony of taking 2 steps back before you're able to take 2 steps forward. This means farming out your own camps as much as possible. Maybe you got to give up a Gold Fury, maybe even a Fire Giant, but you just have to get to that, not joking, 25, 30-minute mark where the game equalizes a little bit, and then you're able to make something happen.
Well, Gold Fury pulled Souls of the Damned, and it will be contested by I Just Want to Dance. And Rat Milk confirms that one under the eyes of 2 or 3 enemies, but is able to stay alive. Confirm that one. Gold goes up even further. 3 little blips, by the way, that we haven't talked about up to this point, but they've got all 3 checked off, so those little buffs may be becoming big buffs now as we are 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes into this game, right? The true damage to structures and now the procs being able to pick up is actually going to be huge. Kveka dove under tier 1 and taken down. And this is what you were talking about earlier. Find individual picks, then scattered. You don't need to be there for long. You're not looking for a team fight. You just need the kill. And that's exactly what I Just Want to Dance do.
Just something to keep Kveka in check. To make sure that Souls of the Dom know that they don't have complete and total control of everything. You've still got some degree of lethality underneath your belt. So I Just Want to Dance are able to find a little bit there. And anything that helps Inferno get to the finish line is going to be helpful. You've got your Musashis, you've got your Dagger Frenzy. Your Devos is stacked past 75, so you got that little extra buff. Now we just got to keep stacking it more. Remember, I Just Want to Dance for a multitude of reasons now. Want to get to this late game. That is where their team comp really starts to shine. It's what Inferno is banking on. It's what Raspy is banking on so that they can get all of their damage through. And that's not to say that Souls of the Damned isn't also excited for their late game spikes. You look me in the eyes and tell me that you want to be locked alone in a room with a level 20 Susano. Right? Like, I'm good. I see that guy walking down in a dark alley. My wallet is already in my hands and outstretched to him. My shoes as well. My watch off of my wrist, in the shoes, so that it's easier to carry, right? That is the degree of danger that Rat Milk can offer here. But in a lopsided fight, maybe I Just Want to Dance can find something good.
They need to find their opening. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find too much. I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier about tempo and the ultimate and the blink engage, and I don't think I've gotten to see a Stygian Torment period. Maybe if there was one, I just missed it and it wasn't super effective. But like, it does feel like that is one of the big keys. And unfortunately, it's because it's a big team fight ultimate in a game where you can't really team fight. You have to use it solo. And maybe have to use it just to find some of those individual kills. Fire Giant's up over on the right-hand side of the map, by the way. And with taking almost an 8,000 gold lead. It's about 7.5 in favor of Souls of the Damned. We'll see what they end up doing as they look to pick up a kill. Good CC, good pull in, good lock down, and Mordred sent to the grave with nothing else to say about it. Now Kaveka with a little bit of extra damage, all 5 over here on right. Seems like the team wants to go for the fire.
Keep an eye here, too. I Just Want to Dance don't have great ways to get into this fight, unless, of course, you got that ultimate from Tempo, but I don't really feel that Souls of the Dawn will be too plussed to fight them. In fact, this is all a bait.
Yeah, Tempo, oh my god, Tempo just gets deleted. Is still alive, but not for long. Globe closes up the gap and closes out the kill, but low health bars, Kaveka, Rat Milk, relatively low. Have to play careful. Shadow dancing around so far in the Fire Giant pit. You've got Cherio for CC, but you've got Globe leading the way for the team. Now, stuns good, lockdown good, damage good, and you're killing them one by one. You do finally lose Kaveka, but Inferno has to trade out their life in order to get that one. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Fire still standing, and one unlucky Mordred on the other side.
If there was any one that you could have killed, Kaveka is the best one to kill, because now Souls of the Damned can't go for the big fire. They have to settle for the Pyromancer. Bot Lover will show up for a little bit before realizing that this is a suicide mission and maybe not entirely worth it. Oh, did you stick around a little too long? No, he's okay. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. I mean, you look at his build, he's got the shield of the Phoenix.
Maybe they should panic a little.
Yeah, maybe a small amount of anxiety, not full-blown panic yet, but your hand should be a little shaky. You should be second-guessing some of the decisions that you've made that put you in this position. Now you can take a deep breath, hold some ice in your hand, and have a glass of water, reground yourself to the rest of the game, and go, okay, so, now what, right? It looks pretty grim for I Just Want to Dance, and Souls of the Damned are kind of running away with it. But there have been some moments of resistance from I Just Want to Dance that show that they've still got some action going in here. It's actually really important to me that Inferno got the kill on top of Kaveka, because again, I'm going to pound this point into the ground until it's pulp. This Hou-Yi needs to be level 20, they need to be full built. They just finished up a Deathbringer, now we just need some penetration, and then this Hou-Yi really gets to start pumping some damage. These ricochet autos from the Aspect can do so much, provided that Inferno was given the chance to have an opportunity to free cast or free auto from the back of a fight. That Aspect of the mark there really pushes his character over the edge in terms of damage. Plus, once he hits level 20, he'll be able to upgrade his starter, and that makes it so that he'll be dealing bonus damage the farther the auto goes. So there's some pieces here to be had. In fact, I'd say there's a little bit of onus on the Souls of the Dom to wrap this up sooner rather than later. Because if you let this go on a little too long, you end up playing with fire. Giant. It's pulled.
Yeah, it's pulled halfway already. Rotation's coming in, but it's slow overall from I Just Want to Dance, so you do have the chance to try and burn somebody down. Kaveka right now is the lowest one, and the Stygian Torment, the pull-in, the lockdown onto this carry seems to be the main goal from I Just Want to Dance. Now you have to be able to get away with it because you did so much. You used so much on that fight, and now you've lost Raspy. You did get Kaveka, but you're having to chase this down. 2 for 2. Rat Milk now for Inferno. Carries galore. Globe, the next big target on Souls of the Damned, 406, and needs to be someone taken care of. But the damage is good. You've got your front lines to create that space. John Rowing chases down Shadow, and Globe gets it done against Butt Lover. Now, Tempo respawned back in. But luckily, without Kaveka, without Rat Milk, this Fire Giant is going to be temporarily put on pause. Just another few more minutes. And that's exactly what I Just Want to Dance need. I mean, it's exactly what you've been saying. They just need to keep this so they can get to the point where Inferno is a menace.
And that fight to start things off, that's a great ult-in from Butt Lover, but the follow-up from Tempo was about as good as it gets, right? Like, he hits a huge Kerberos ultimate, he puts everybody in a little ball, Raspy throws the ult over the wall, and then you also have Tempo with that gargoyle, was able to silence everybody, so there was no escape from that damage. Imagine, I just want to dance, executing that over again, except we have like another full item. Whoo! That is a team fight ender. Like, if you get hit with that 1-2 punch, you're going home. You're just like, all right, well, that was that. So you are able to kill Kaveka. You are able to kill Ratmilk. Those are important people to take off the board. That's the objective damage right there. That's what enables Souls of the Dom to be able to pull an FG. Now we have to settle for an Ancient Gold Fury. I mean, there's still towers up on the map. We can give that up. No big deal. Real big, focus for us at this point is going to be that Fire Giant. Or maybe this Pyro if we can walk away with that.
Some of those targets being tier 1s even. Not just like, hey, there's towers up, but like, cool, you might get a few hundred extra gold. Like, I guess that's okay. I mean, we've been fighting at an 11k deficit and doing pretty alright, at least for the last couple of minutes. So we'll see if I Just Want to Dance are able to do that. Unfortunately, it does mean those towers are going to be a little more susceptible. Lane pressure pushes that line of scrimmage a little further back, makes it a little harder for them to step up to that Fire Giant, but not so significantly that would change maybe the entirety of their game plan. Because right now the game plan seems to be fight, and it seems to be fight well, and it seems to be kill Kaveka. That has been primary target number 1, and they're trying it one more time. Already relatively low, but now with a shell and a little bit of a turnaround and the help of the team. Instead, it is this Mordred, Sint running, Sint hiding to try and stay alive. They leave him alone. They don't care. They get rid of Inferno. Instead, they knock down the tier 1 tower, and they hit the reset button. Looking back now towards a Fire Giant that seems like it could finally be done.
Inferno dies for Butt Lover's sins. Alas, being able to... they were trying to catch out Kaveka alone, but ended up walking into the rest of the team there. Kaveka won't have beads, though, so there's an opportunity for a play here from Tempo if they can catch Kaveka in an ultimate.
That could be the main goal. Jumps forward. Tempo knocked up. Tempo controlled. Finds Kaveka, but dies before you can use anything. No setup for the team. The duo lane right now for I Just Want to Dance. Gray screened, and you're in a 3v4. Well, let's make that a 2v5. A shadow goes down, then falls Raspy. And once again, this lone Mordred versus the world. Maybe playing distraction, maybe just trying to stay alive, maybe just getting 1v1'd by Globe, who does not seem to care too much, does need a little help, and Ratmilk will provide. But the Fire Giant being done in the background. Inferno back up, under tier 2 on right. I'm going to be honest, Musi, I don't think you go for this one. I think you just let it happen at this point, and the Fire Giant will go the way of Souls of the Damned.
Yeah, the fight is 100% over. Even as Butt Lover is trying to back inside that red buff camp. It is a free FG for Souls of the Dom there. And you did see that moment where it's like, oh, maybe Butt Lover can solo out this Morgan Le Fay. And then you remember, oh, no, wait a minute, she's got E-Staff and Shifters. I'm never killing her in a million years, actually, because she's just another pseudo-tank that I have to burn through. Also, she does a gazillion damage. Shoutouts! Tanks are broken. We just make everybody a tank. Even my mid laner. It's working so far. I'm not propagandizing live on Smite Game. You're propagandizing live on Smite Game.
I think you could, if you so pleased, propagandize within reason.
Within reason.
Because as a support player, I'd say I like tank good.
Okay.
But only when it's me. I don't want the other team to compete. In this scenario, I want to be the Cheerio to everyone else's Tempo. I'm sorry, Tempo, that you get thrown under the bus, but you're 0-4-2, Cheerio's 3-0-13. This Sobek is dominating.
He can do quite a bit. Also, they've got that Talisman of Purification, too. So Cheerio is able to offer an escape to either the Mordred ult or the Kerberos ult that we saw fired off just now. Kaveka has no beads, so something to keep in mind for the next 2 minutes or so. I Just Want to Dance could play for a pick on this Uller now, knowing that they won't have it available. So if you're Souls of the Dom, you just make sure you've got your battle buddy standing next to your Uller so that they don't get caught out alone and unawares. We're actually kind of split up here for Souls of the Dom. I wonder if we can execute a plan of, hey, let's group up on one person and try to take them out.
Death Ball.
Question mark?
Yeah, I just want to dance our all 5 mid with 3 present from the Order team. Meanwhile, Globe and Kaveka are just pushing left. They are knocking down a tier 2, or knocked it down already. Now they're knocking down a Phoenix, at least with the goal. One gets back, that's going to be Inferno. The rest in combat in mid in a 3v4 now, thanks to Inferno being God. And that favors Souls of the Damned, who just dominate in terms of where Raspy is. But you lose Rat Milk in the process. Now, trade-outs, needing to make sure you stay balanced. Left side Phoenix does go down, so it feels worthwhile overall. If you can get a couple more kills, maybe, say, with the help of your mid laner and Kiri, who just happened to be walking right on time, tempo goes down, and that's going to open things up even more for Souls of the Damned.
We still have Fire Giant for another 70 seconds or so. We can make a push onto this mid bird. Like, we have all the time in the world and a bomb, so mid-bird will fall down. I Just Want to Dance aren't facing the end of the game here, Gore, but they are facing a pretty tough scenario.
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, maybe at all, realistically, but I will say, when 3 Phoenixes are down, it is the most difficult and rare comeback in Smite. Now, you are looking at 20,000 gold, almost 20 kills separating these two teams. Souls of the Damned on top, 32.5 minutes in. 3 Phoenixes down for I Just Want to Dance. Fire minions in every single lane. And that means that you're going to be set up. I'm not going to say for anything like failure, but it means that you're going to be set up for defense only. Or, I guess I can ask you, Musi, I almost prefer, do you want to fight in the Titan room when they could just kill it? Or bring the fight to them, even though it might be at a disadvantage for you?
You have to bring the fight to Souls of the Damned, because this period of time, Souls don't have FG. Right? It just fell off of them. EFG is spawning, and that is the biggest turning point I Just Want to Dance could ever have. Both of these teams want EFG. It effectively ends the game if Souls of the Dawn can get it, and I Just Want to Dance, if they can get EFG, they can hunker down for another few minutes, get their birds respawned, and maybe fight a little bit longer. So that's where the battleground's got to be. You can't give this up or else you lose. So if you're I Just Want to Dance, got to get out to that dance floor. The holes of the floorboard are getting bigger and bigger, but if you can make a leap of faith, you can get right there to where you want to be. Unfortunately, I see an Avatar's Parashu in the hands of Rat Milk, and everybody's got a billion items, and I Just Want to Dance. They are, in fact, down a ludicrous amount of gold. But maybe, just maybe, if Souls of the Damned make even a singular mistake, we can capitalize off of it. You have to play patient. You can't all rush in. You have to execute that 3-stage dive properly. Make sure Butt Lover, make sure Tempo, get value off of their ultimates, have Shadow play around the side so that they can capitalize off of somebody not having beads, or Aegis, or anything. And then you're able to piece apart this fight and make something work. Souls of the Damned have an option here, though, Gore, and that is, hey, they want to fight us on this EFG, and we could probably just, like, kill them. What if we, like, run it down, right? Like, I do feel like Souls of the Damned could, in fact, just ignore this, but they're going to pick it up because they know that Butt Lover has to back, so it's going to be a lopsided fight and a tough hill to climb for I Just Want to Dance.
Well, right now, oh my god, it's getting burned a lot faster than I was going to give it credit for. It's already at 1/3 HP. Damage seems to be good from Kaveka. Cherio being able to lead a little bit of distance. Globe half health, and my god, they just burned Tempo like it was nothing. I mean, it's exactly what you said. Inferno gone down thanks to Rat Mill. Globe, what a body block to make sure Globe stays alive, and Shadow gets removed for the effort. And now it is again one lone Mordred gets a kill, but might not make it out of this one alive, and it doesn't even matter because guess what's happening? Walking down mid, John, Rowing, and Rat Milk have a fire minion wave. They're leading it into the Titan room, soon to be joined by Kaveka and Cherio, and soon to win this game just shy of 36 minutes.
Man, that last fight. Tempo goes in, looks for the ultimate, But I Just Want to Dance, the rest of the team was not even remotely close. It took Butt Lover going in with an ultimate in order to keep up with their Kerberos, because they got completely separated out there by, Rat Milk and Kukulin just going in and going crazy. So it is just a really hard fight to execute on if you are I Just Want to Dance and Souls of the Dom. Split them up perfectly. Just complete and total control of the game the whole way through. Souls of the Dom are absolutely on fire today.
There's only so much I feel like that you could have done in some of those. I mean, 21 minutes in, admittedly, I will say, I Just Want to Dance made that game last way longer than maybe it should have, given the lead Souls of the Dom had. They were just doing a really good job in that kind of 21 to 28 maybe minute mark of just absolutely dominating single target picks and picking fights that were a little more favorable than some of the others, mainly getting rid of Kaveka and prolonging that Fire Giant. But I mean, man, it is so hard to fight back, even from a 10k deficit. When it hit 20k, when you have so much against you, build-wise, level-wise, everything you could think. I admire that they were able to make the game last that long, but it was very specific, targeted picks, targeted kills, and unfortunately, like in this instance, some disjointed engagement on the fight that I think ended up favoring Souls of the Damned and making what was an easy job even easier.
Yeah, Souls of the Damned are playing very well together. They're covering for each other. Rat Milk and John Rowing. John Rowing is playing like a beast today. This guy showed up. Like, I said it before, I'll say it again, from locked out to locked in. Just absolutely tore I Just Want to Dance apart on this Kukulin pick. Kind of showing us why everybody is valuing it so much, because they're able to deal just a ton of damage, but also so much damage that they're able to soak up and mitigate by virtue of the fact that you get to have extra shields and extra health bars and everything there. But if there's one thing to take away, one thing for the next team coming up to do their homework, Kaveka loves the Uller. Rat Milk loves the Susano. Specifically, this team loves Susano. We have to have a plan in place to deal with these picks. The Susano especially is the key in the ignition that lets this team just speed across the race line, because good lord, this jungler does so much damage, they're hyper mobile, and they look nigh unstoppable at times.
Well, it's a deathless game for Cherio to just absolutely help Souls of the Damned move forward to the finals, and we're going to find out who their opponent is right on the other side of this quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to Week 3 of the August circuit here in Smite Prime. My name's Gormizer as we move forward to the finals. Now, this will be the only best-of-3 match, but we're going to get into that in a second. Before we jump too far ahead, we need to introduce who's been hanging out with me all day, and it has been Musy, who's been rocking it, who is currently very happy, but maybe mixed emotions about mac and cheese.
I have a whole bowl of mac and cheese. I have to wait to eat it. So we got bigger fish to fry, Gore. The biggest
bigger fish. In fact, the biggest being the prizing for the August circuit. You can see $7,000. Oh, yeah, that's what you should be focusing on here. SmitePrime.com, of course, if you want to be able to sign up. Unfortunately, next week is not going to be one that you can do, but you can keep your eyes on the prize, not just the prizing, but then also the future, where you can sign up for more things at SmitePrime.com. Here's the bracket and what we've been through so far today. These two teams who have been on a dominating one, Contraction Assessment, who has been dominating. We saw them clear out the niche earlier. They managed to take down Hydrogen Bomb, and now they are in the finals against Souls of the Damned, who we have seen twice. So both of these teams we have experienced. This will be the third for one, the second for another. And Musy, this is going to be a very big matchup, which is why it feels better that this is a best of 3. So that means, of course, as you know, you have to win 2 of the 3 in order to go. It could be games 1 and 2, could be games 1 and 3, could be games 2 and 3. Doesn't really matter. You just got to lock in 2. And in the meantime, while you're going through all of that, the twist at this point is the vault bans. This is where things change, and admittedly, in my eyes, get a lot more interesting. So you've got those 6 bans at the beginning of the game. Those are still there. But now, in this best of 3, once a god is played, that god is going to be locked away in the vault, and they cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So, using Souls of the Damned, you were just talking about the Ool at the end of the last matchup. If that gets played in Game 1, guess what? It's gone for Games 2 and 3. Nobody can touch it. So that is going to be a really big deal, I think, Musi, in this matchup, when both of these teams have loved their Sobek, the Ymir, the aggressive supports. They've both been playing a Cucullin. We've seen the Susano, we've seen the Ul. There's been a lot of presence in a lot of these gods. You won't be able to play any of them twice.
It is going to come down to the drafting strategies that we see in these best of 3s. You can't just run the same comp over and over again. You got to have something in the backup here. And I'm very interested to see what Souls of the Damned pull out for a Game 2 or even a Game 3 scenario. Because they've been rocking this bread and butter all day. It's been the combination of specifically the Susano, Morgan Le Fay, and Uller Core. And then an aggressive solo laner, like a Mordred or a Cucullin, and an aggressive support, i.e. a Ymir, or something like a Sobek. Kaveka is known to pull out some saucier picks as well. You've kind of seen him play a little bit of everything, so we know that they can do more than just the Uller. One of the other things I like about the way that Fearless works for us in these best of 3s is you'll see teams ban away a pick that they want later in the set. So, like, oh, Game 1, I'm actually going to ban Susano, because then I know next game I'll be able to pick it for myself, and I'll be able to keep that in the back pocket. Do I think we're going to see that right away? Maybe not, but for a Game 1, you have to think about what's going to be super strong going into Game 2. You can't just be drafting willy-nilly. And especially when you're up against the top dogs, Souls of the Damned have got their work cut out for them.
It feels like this is a strategy where, like, Game 1, admittedly, is going to just feel like a picks and ban, like everything that we've seen up to this point. The vault bans really come into the equation in Game 2, and then if we get to see one, the Game 3 is where you really, really feel it. Because you're now having the conversation. I mean, let's say mid lane. 2 mid laners are in Game 1. 2 mid laners are in Game 2. Suddenly you are having to go, to potentially for both of you, 4, 5 gods deep before you get to see somebody that's normally in your playing field. So it's, how deep is the god pool? Is it a god puddle? What do we need to do about this? How are we assessing it? All of that, I think, makes a really big difference here, especially with the vault bans as time goes on. So I'm really excited to see what the next couple of steps will be, but Game 1 is always still very excited. Just as a quick heads up, Aurora had to restart. So we're going to be getting into the game here in just a second, just giving him some time to make sure that things can, I guess, settle, right? And lock back in, get back into the lobby, get it all set up, and get us in. So now if we're looking at it, in fact, we can talk about picks and bans while we look at picks and bans, because they've got them ready for us. Contraction assessment, being first seed and top seed, all of that, being able to come in now and be first pick. We've talked about a lot of the gods that Souls of the Damned have gone back to. Do you think, I mean, some of those are pretty easily taken away on the other side?
I mean, yeah, Susano could be something that Tegvir picks up for themselves. They got a nasty Susano. We know that they've got it because they used to play Susano ADC back in the days of the Smite Founders series. Right? So we know that there's a lot of flex potential here. Karma can 100% slam a Mordred or a Cucullin, right? He's a player caliber above where most of the majority of everybody else is. So we know that there are players that can execute multiple things that Souls of the Damned also want to execute. I'm really curious and interested to see how mid lane matches up between these two teams. Moswall and Globe play... It's like a Venn diagram, right? because they've each got their own like flavor picks that they really enjoy, and then there's a little bit of overlap there too. Moswell to me is like the premier op-wash player. Globe is able to play, that Morgan Le Fay. They can also slam down like a Nua or something like that, which Moswell has also been known to pick up on occasion. So we have that little Venn diagram action going on here where we're kind of bleeding into each other's picks. And that is going to make these picks and bans kind of tricky, because most of the time you're like, oh, they're not going to pick this. They don't really play that. Contraction Assessment is looking at Souls of the Dom, and it's kind of like, I'm seeing a little bit of a mirror here, because I know for a fact that they will just take something away from me for the sake of doing it, and they'll be able to execute on it, and that is where things get really tricky. Contraction Assessment, I wonder if it's going to be an Uller pick just to take it away from Kavega.
Yeah, try to limit things as best you can. I mean, you've already gotten rid of a Ymir and now a Susano, Aphrodite thrown in there, I think just because of the presence that Aphrodite is. The other side, the Achilles. I actually really like this as well, because I feel like this is one that we've seen a few times, as well as the Yorm and the Agni. But that does leave open someone who's been banned for all of today. And it's the Xingqian. First pick. I mean, what is it? He's been down there the entire time. What is it about Xingqian that makes him such a high priority pick and ban?
I mean, this guy just slams a ridiculous amount of CC into the enemy team. He's got a great teamfight ultimate with that whirlwind of rage and steel. He can live forever because he just gets a ridiculous amount of health per second, but also he can flex to either solo or support. Xingqian solo lane is really good as like a lane stabilizer, right? You play Xingqian, are you getting a lot of kills? Probably not. Are you dying? No, not really. You've got a ton of sustain. You can build Shifter Shield. That's health regen there as well. Plus, he's a beads burner, which sets up the Tsukiyomi as an Aegis burner. Now, Contraction Assessment have split Souls of the Damned. Hey, are you going to get beads? You're going to get Aegis. You need both.
Well, I'm very happy because, like you said, Xingqian, Tsukiyomi, two gods we haven't really gotten to see, and Nuwa, someone who I always love getting to see. Meanwhile, it's kind of the same old for Souls of the Damned, which is not bad, because this same old has carried them very easily to the finals. Ull, Sobek, Cullen, Morgan, Le Fay. We'll have to get something else, not the Susano, so we'll see where that goes. Soul was hovered. There's a Kronos kick here, but if I remember correctly, and I can just go where the banned content is, I'm mistaking him for the other gods I was really excited for, like the Giannis and some of the others. So he is technically available, but the face you were making kind of, I think, indicates what everybody would think is like, really? Here? Are you sure?
Really, Kronos?
Instead, it's the Medusa and the Horus.
Yeah. I like Kronos as a character. He's definitely a late game threat, but gosh, getting him to that late game is sometimes a really miserable experience. Contraction Assessment picking up this Medusa, that gives you a lot more pressure early, especially when you pair it with this Horus. This dual lane's looking pretty lethal to match the Uller and Sobek, aggression in that dual lane. And also, it's just another good teamfight ultimate for both Horus and Medusa, where the dive from Contraction Assessment looks really solid here. I mean, Horus can put an entire team in a backline, and Tsukiyomi's able to ult and get there regardless. And if the Tsukiyomi is going to be pulling beads, the Xingqian's going to be pulling Aegis, and Nuwa, Medusa, and Horus get to clean up all the spots in between there.
And this is going to be a very exciting matchup. The Thanatos lock in at the end as well, presumably for Ratmilk. Because somebody that we haven't gotten to see too much of today, and we did already see him once, which is kind of surprising, but Ratmilk Thanatos, like you just said, like that is a very crucial thing that I think can make a big difference here, because Ratmilk is very adept at this god, very good at bringing it into the mix. And I do think like the mix-up here is we've got 10 players that have been around competitive for a long time, that have played on teams together and against each other, and you could probably find a mix between all 10 of them that have made a third team out of them. It is a matchup that is one that I expect kind of a lot out of, but I think a lot of the pressure kind of relies on where Souls of the Damned are able to create those engagements. Maybe you can specify more, but like Sobek and Thanatos feel like they want to be the aggressors, not the aggressees, I guess is the other side of that. They don't want to get caught off guard. They want to be in control.
It's another situation where you need to be in the driver's seat if you want to get to the end of the game, the winner, right? Souls of the Damned, what are you going to do if you get jumped on? There are some options here, like Sobek's got Tail Whip, they can pluck people away from their carries, Kukullen's got their ultimate, giant AoE knockup, but that's about it for Peel. You want to be able to put your pedal to the metal, foot through the floor.
And we're going to see if they can do that as we jump into game number 1 of the finals here in week 3. Contraction assessment, blue squad wearing the blue shorts on the left side of the screen, playing from south to north. And I'm very, very excited to see more or less actually this solo lane matchup, because I don't think, because he's been banned all day, that we've gotten to see the Xing Qin matchup. So I'm really excited what this is going to mean for the Kukullen, how this is going to balance out, and really just the whole lot of it. I mean, I could keep, waxing poetic on the wording for it, but I just want to see what they are going to do. Unfortunately, it's also solo lane, so it probably isn't going to be too much for the initial portion of the game. Instead, yeah, this lane, one that's a little squishy and aggressive, and one that's a little tankier and aggressive, but either way, aggressive in the duo lane, I think is going to be the name of the game.
I'm really interested in solo as well, actually. Look at Xing Chen, they've got the aspect. So what this aspect is going to be able to do for Xing Chen is it actually changes their ultimate a bit. You can no longer cast it to pick people up and scoop them away. We don't have the beads burn. What we have is a ton of damage. You just kind of Beyblade let it rip. You spin to win, and you can keep it toggled on to get a bunch of damage across. You just have to charge up your meter, build up some of that rage, and then you'll be able to get it through. Now, unfortunately, this does take away some of the threat presence that Xing Chen has around towers, because before you'd be like, oh, I don't want to get scooped up underneath tower, I gotta stay away. This time it's like, no, not quite this go around, but he makes up for that with just a ton of damage. So Contraction Assessment loses Beads Burn. That means that everybody from Souls of the Damned, or at least the important squishies, are able to find their Aegises. So Globe and Kaveka will have Aegis to deal with the Tsukiyomi dive. And Thanatos can get Blink because they don't have to worry about the CC from Contraction Assessment, at least the big bombastic CC that Ultimates bring, as much. Although, you do still have Exploding Clay minions, you have the stun that can come out from Tegvir, so Ratmilk has to be careful about how they position and how, or whether or not, I should say, they get caught out by an errant CC and then get absolutely blown up because of it. As we loop back around and talk about that dual lane that you mentioned at the start, Aurora's got plenty of CC that can make a Thanatos' life miserable. Yeah, poor Cherio, by the way. Just eats a ton of damage there. It's the early game pressure from a Medusa and a Horus. Prot tread early and hard.
I mean, the control. I'll admit, I didn't expect it. First off, the skins also look like really well matched together right now. Like there's like a little bit of Skinergy going on the left side as well. But like
Skinergy.
The control, I did not expect. Yeah, like skin synergy.
I like that. That's good. I'm gonna write that
Thank
down.
you. I'm like low-key kind of proud of it. It is
you're an
one
artist.
that I
That was
think feels, I want to say surprising. I don't know, maybe it's a Sobek bias, but I just feel like it should be the Sobek kind of dominating things. But Cherio has been the one who was kind of on the receiving end. Right now, it's Globe who's in a little bit of danger, half health, getting chased down. Tegvir in a very similar spot, so it's going to be who can find it first, and it's John Rowing for first blood with a good isolation to take down the Tsukiyomi.
Man, level 5 difference there for John Rowing. This Kukullen is able to clear a lot more effectively than a Xing Chen. That's going to give him a bit of an edge in the early game, and that enables John Rowing to be able to find that kill for Souls of the Damned. And of course, Loeb playing this Morgan Le Fay again is just such an impossible character to jump on top of, because they have the knock-up and they have the fear that they can just throw at their feet, and now anybody trying to stick to them just has the worst time in the world. It just doesn't work. And then you have to think, too, later in the game, you see the Chronos Pendant on the way. That means Soul Reaver, Shifter Shield, E-Staff. Good luck, right? How are you killing this Morgan Le Fay? And it makes it even harder for Contraction Assessment because you know that they have the Tsukiyomi, and all they want to do is dive a backlander. But how do you do it when the backlander is just so anti-dive?
And you gotta, well, that's for them to figure out. You know what? I'm gonna let them figure it out. I'm not gonna give the opinion.
That's their job.
This is just gonna be the goal for them. We'll just say when it happens. No, I'm really excited to see like this level of aggression, I guess, that these two teams have. But like you said, like your backline, like let's rewind to the last 2 games we've seen from Souls of the Damned, and
Well, the last 2 times we saw
there we
Souls
go. Yeah,
of the Damned, I mean.
And contraction assessment was the other half of that. Sorry, my mic has been it's been giving me trouble today. When you look at the 2 mid laners, they haven't really felt a lot of contest. They haven't had too much pressure put on them, and so I'm really kind of keeping my eyes towards them. And what are they going to do? How are they going to handle, potentially easier dive that could find them now? Specifically looking towards, John Rowing, or like you said, Karmic with a lot of CC. Tagveer, the longer the game goes, like 0-1-0, not a good way to start the game. Doesn't really matter as of right now. Can potentially scroll out, but like, pretty decent dive, right? You've got an ultimate that literally says, get me to the carries.
I also wonder, too, we talk forward and backward about how Morgan Le Fay is able to survive all the aggression. Nua is in a similar boat, too, as the Morgan Le Fay. Yeah, get those minions, Donut Dog. Oh, I wish you had ult, huh?
I bet Donut Dog also wishes he had ult. Right now, in danger right now.
Hit an auto challenge, level impossible!
Yeah, it's going to be Kaveka with the kill. And did finally pass the challenge. And of course, now in a good spot to continue this level of aggression. So, the question now is going to be, what do you do with the 2-kill deficit? Contraction assessment need to assess the damage instead here. I mean, at this point, what, in game 2 that we watched today, Contraction assessment was pulling a Gold Fury. So now, a very different scenario, very different instance. Experience-wise, things are pretty even, but that kill for Kaveka is going to be a big deal, especially now that, you've got items online and maybe that little bit of extra gold lending your pockets and lining your pockets in a more comfortable way.
I mean, if your contraction assessment, your game plan doesn't change too much here. You're still trying to play the map and keep a healthy amount of aggression, but maybe not getting too spicy for the pepper, as it were. You mentioned that gold free pull, I wonder? No, they're not going to go for it. Yeah, I thought about it for a moment. I was like, I mean, that is pretty spicy for the pepper. Contraction assessment is another team comp that wants to kind of get to that late game. Oh.
Now, can they get to that late game? Aurora in trouble! Good ult! And just in time. That's actually one of the keys. We were talking about that one of the last few times I got to cast for Smite Prime with the introduction of Horus. One of the things that is much nicer is the fact that the ult is a lot faster than it used to be for those of you who maybe haven't played him in a long time. And that is a good key instance of that being perfect for Aurora. Unfortunately, it does mean that you're now kind of in a disengage area. Moswall as well with no ult, so we'll see what they end up doing. Maybe some aggression to be had here. Gold Fury is relatively low. They're leashed. Are they going to go in for the damage? It ends up being a kill onto Tagveer. Now Aurora trying to chase around. Gold Fury low. Ends up going the way of Souls of the Damned. Is there a fight afterward, or are they just going to let this one go? Probably just let this one go. You already lost your jungler, and you're down 0-4. Souls of the Damned. Small, but thorough chokehold on the game right now.
Although, contraction assessment do still have a fair bit of damage. Was that intentional? It had to have been. Globe up downs while everybody else zigs, globe dead zags, and they're alive. Wow. Okay. If I'm Globe, I'm like, yeah, I meant to do that. Yeah,
absolutely.
I meant to do that. I meant to. That was 100% intentional, and I didn't screw up the wind sprite. I got in their heads, and now I'm able to get out. So not only are Souls of the Dom walking away with early objectives, they haven't felt the sting of death at all. And they're able to kind of maintain that status of, hey, we're really hard to lock down, and we're even harder to kill once you do get your hands on us. Like an oiled up pig that you kind of let loose in school, and now the principal and the rest of the teachers have to try to catch you. You let loose like 2 pigs, you labeled one, you labeled the other one 3, and then they spend like half the school day looking for number 2, even though It was never there to begin with, and maybe it's a personal story, maybe it's not. I'd never admit guilt, and you have no evidence to charge me, so you'll just have to leave it there, I suppose. I wanted to talk about Nuwa earlier, and we're already kind of seeing it from Maswal, where this Nuwa is very safe, surprisingly safe, right? Where she is also kind of hard to jump on top of. She's got the exploding clay minions that are able to stun, but also, for a similar reason why you like to pick Newt, Nuwa is able to hop into her ultimate and keep herself away from the fight for a little bit, and also do some damage to kind of help out with the team so you can be a little bit separated, but still offer some damage for your diving Tsukiyomi or for your diving Horus or whoever it may be. We just have to make sure that we can get our items online to actually deal some damage. Nuwa is not going to be doing the shifter shield shenanigans. No, we're going straight for that World Stone. You see those 2 Oracle Staffs back to back there, so that we can constantly throw out these flaming shards. In fact, they finish it just now as they finish that back. So a little bit of flat pen, some int, but also 30% off the cooldown for your ultimate ability. It's going to give Maswal a lot of freedom to cast this. You don't have to worry about, oh, I have to hold on to this for the right moment in time. Wrong! Spam it! You are Nuwa, right? Press the 4 button. It's goofy and funny. You're going to have yourself a good time. But also, it doesn't do just damage. I mean, it pings where people are. It's information. It can pull Aegises, potentially, which is a hot commodity for this team. Because so far, every time Tegvir's gone in, they have not been able to properly execute on a dive because their ult just gets Aegised away and they can't survive.
Up into the sky, crashing down is Ramilk, not for the execute. And it seems like that's not going to result in the kill. Now we might see some other aggression. Actually, Aurora, that tower is going to do more than enough on its own, but it had a little bit of help. And that kill, I believe, goes the way of Globe for the credit. 5-0, 3,000 gold. Given the way these two teams have been playing, this is a very solid lead, very solid amount of control overall. Experience, a little less in favor of Souls of the Dawn, but still in their favor. And I am going to keep my eye open for a lot of the things you've mentioned, specifically for Maswal. I feel like late-game Maswal Nuwa is something that should stand out in my memory a lot more than it does, because it sounds and feels like the kind of thing that's going to go absolutely insane in a lot of scenarios. I also have a soft spot for Nuwa. I just love that god. So here's going to be some real old-time talk where I'm an old man for a second.
Oh, yeah?
When she first came out, absolutely loved that god. Completely different kit from right now. Played her solo all the time. Was one of my favorites. Even the new kit feels solid, plays well, and it's one of my favorites in Smite. And so seeing this, and like you said, with what Maswal can do, kind of throw out ults a little more willy-nilly, right? You don't have to save it for the right moment. You can try to get that extra damage, the reveal, or the CC immunity, like whatever you need it for. You kind of have that multifaceted asset just in your back pocket a little more often. Just always feels good.
I have a personal soft spot for Medusa as well. But I'm very interested by what Donut Doug has built so far. Toxic Blade first item into the Avenging Blade. Now, we all know why we slam the Avenging Blade on everybody. It's because it's got like 60 strength and 200 or 300 health. Like, those stats are just good to have. 200 health. 300 health, can you imagine? Oh my lord. And also some prot red. But the Toxic Blade is very interesting to me. It's got like 3 or 4 stats attached to it. But also, Aurora is... Ooh, fine. Question mark? Yeah, he's chilling.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Whenever Thanatos is hovering, you can never be too sure.
So anyway, Toxic Blade. It makes it so that this Medusa is like impossible to box in terms of autos. But what's awkward is that Uller is not boxing you with autos. Uller is hitting you with an axe and then a bladed arrow, some autos in between there, and chunking your health bar. But if Donut Doug's able to get a lacerate, Viper shot combo off, Toxic Blade makes it so that Kaveka can't really fight back too much. So it's an item that I don't see built too often. To have Donut Doug build it right away is kind of interesting because we're foregoing any kind of scaling, right? We're not doing the Dev Gaunts route. But also, it's not like it gives us a bunch of damage up front. It's mostly a bunch of utility. So I'm very curious to see where Donut Doug takes the rest of this build. Like, I imagine a Silver Branch, Audibo, maybe a Tearfing. Do people build Shin's Blade in 2026? I have to wait 10 minutes to find out, because Contraction Assessment are having not a rough start, but a bit of a slow start. So they are really reliant on getting to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, they're in a lead, which I'll hold that thought for a moment because Kaveka's in a little bit of trouble. Good dash, good lockdown, good CC, but good response. Now here's the crash down, CC return from Radmilk, and while that execute doesn't happen, Donut Dog somehow walks away alive. And despite a very vicious response, there it is, John rowing his way into the back line and being able to find that kill. That is the key, and that's why they're up 6-0, unfortunately, for Donut Doug. Despite what was about to be a miracle survival.
Holy. You see, who invited John Rowing, first of all? Globe, ults out, Karmic going after the chase, but just can't reach him.
I mean, the security service, the secret service right now, that is Souls of the Damned to protect their carries is absolutely insane. The most Mr. President get down saves that I've ever seen, pulling them out by the skin of their teeth.
You got my vote, Globe. Hashtag Globe for president. What are Globe's policies? Everybody gets a shifter shield paid for by the government. You will see it in the mail. Boom. 100% popularity. Everybody gets 200 max health, 3 health regen, 20 of each prot. You drop below 70%.
I like those things
you get 20 of each
I want those.
I'm on board, right? I want my tax dollars to go towards Shifter Shield. Souls of the Damned have got an interesting map to play with here. Because while we were able to pick up those kills on the left side, weren't really able to find too much off of it. But something that I like about Souls of the Damned is sometimes they will just fight for the sake of fighting. Getting a kill is good. Shocker. I know. This is revolutionary analysis that I'm giving to you right now.
That.
Well, why don't you follow that up with some facts, Mr. Music Clan? I'm glad you asked. So, when you're ahead, especially in the way the Souls of the Damned is ahead, you don't necessarily have to force anything. You can look for more small, tiny victories to just constantly set Contraction Assessment back. We don't necessarily need the stuff after the stuff if we're already here with a lead and we're comfortable in our ability to take late game fights against the other team. Instead of playing for Moonlight Queen Naga or the Gold Furies, what we're looking for is just trying to get to an FG, to play that, to burn towers, to kind of follow that flowchart of the safe game plan. The more questions you ask, the more likely you are to get a wrong answer from Contraction Assessment, but also, the more questions you ask, sometimes you run into the possibility of giving the wrong question, and that offers Contraction Assessment an opportunity to get back into the game. So this type of patient, death by 1,000 cuts play, I really enjoy from Souls of the Damned. It doesn't give Contraction Assessment a way back into the game because they are stalemated into being 4K gold down for eternity. There are no holes to poke or opportunities to take. It's just Jay chillin' until we want to do something.
Well, it looked like Globe was going to be in more trouble, but walks away with their life one more time. Yeah, I know, staying alive, who would have ever thought? Is the 6-0 the 3,000, 3,400 gold that they have for Souls of the Damned right now? More or less to go on what you're saying. This was a big deal 10 minutes ago. It's less of a big deal now, and it'll be even less of a big deal in another 5 minutes. It feels like this lead hasn't really grown at the level that it did at the very beginning, right? The initial, I guess, grasp was a big spike, but since then, it has just been steady. And 3,000 gold at the beginning of the game, it does still matter. I mean, look at the items, right? If you just look down at the box, you can visually see the difference in the gold. But at the same time, the level difference is going to make less of an impact, right? Some of those impact items, until they're tier 3s, aren't going to be as big a deal. It just feels like Souls of the Damned need something massive in their favor, like a neutral objective, say a Pyromancer, or maybe even a Gold Fury. Any of those that could just give them another little leg up, right? Like create the next step of the mid to late game, like that transition period for them. That will be a big key. But it also feels kind of hard. I mean, where do you engage? It feels like they've been responding. Like, 6 kills, but I can't think of many that they were the ones saying, let's fight. It was mostly them saying, hey, stop.
Yeah, cut it out. Jeez.
Jeez,
So far in the
guys.
late game. Oh, can't believe you. I mean, Dom did get the Moonlight Queen Naga not too long ago, but you're right. Like, it hasn't really shoved the needle too far back. If I'm Souls of the Damned, I'm thinking to myself, all right, we want to find an objective to post up around and bait Contraction Assessment into that fight when we're good and ready to take it. Like, this could be a Gold Fury pull here, right? Because we shoved the Medusa back, they just took a lot of poke, we shoved back the support, and we know that we have control over this space, but really, this isn't a Gold Fury pull, this is baiting Assessment into a fight. So this is the swing that we're looking for Damned.
Now, the question is, can they secure it? What is it going to be? Because otherwise, things just go incredibly well for Contraction Assessment. If they're able to get a Gold Fury here, they'll equal out everything, at least that they're in a deficit of outside of kills. But there's going to be the first one to start things off. Execute from Rat Milk to kick it owing. But there, first one on the board, Kaveka taken down, and we've seen that can spell disaster for Souls of the Damned. Now, where's the aggression? Where are they going to go? It's going to be in the back line. The Xing Chin shows up. Rat Milk taken down. 2 kills for Contraction Assessment, but you've traded them out for 2 of your own. Curio still playing aggressive. Globe, John rowing, doing what they can. CC on to Karmic, but this is more to get Globe out, to get Globe to stay alive. Nuwa damage, keeping things locked up. Aurora and Karmic leading the way, but not able to keep down the chase. Good disengage from Souls of the Damned. 2 for 2 in terms of kill. No Gold Fury. And it goes to show things are not as easy 21 minutes in as they could have been if they had been maybe a little more aggressive early on.
And ultimately, Souls of the Damned get to maintain a lead, but they don't get to force anything forward. You could even say the same for Contraction Assessment there. But there were a couple things in that fight that kind of make you raise an eyebrow of like, well, how did that happen? Right? Where in the world did Karmic... Why is Karmic behind everybody? First of all, who left somebody alone with the Jing Chen? Don't do that. That's terrifying. This guy's level 19, 2 levels up over John rowing. So Karmic's very much so a threat with that spin to win. We just picked up gold again. Real fast. Aurora's here to... Nope.
Yeah, like present, kind of like hanging out, but mostly just like watching.
Wanted to see.
Does mean, and this is a classic, Gold Fury one way, Pyro on the other. And so that's going to be Tegveer with the credit for it, but it goes the way of Contraction Assessment. And now, I mean, again, that gold lead means less and less with every passing minute. And I think we're seeing it even more, especially with what you've highlighted, with the way that experience is actually in favor of Contraction Assessment. It does feel like Souls of the Damned have to get something, I mean, not immediately, because like things have been well, but like all 6 towers are standing for both squads. Pyromancer's gone, Gold Fury's gone. If we're not fighting over a Fire Giant, I don't know that you want to fight too hard. You need to focus objectives, and you need to make something big happen. Or you could just solo. I mean, yeah, okay, Kaveka, you can just do that. Like, get a kill. It doesn't even matter over on the left-hand side. Make it now an 0-4 for Donut Doug. That's acceptable.
Donut Doug dashed on top of Uller while Uller still had axe and paid the ultimate price. We learned a lesson here today, kids. Don't do that. It's not,
don't do
caliente,
that.
No bueno. I want you to write that one down. Don't do that. What?
Underline it.
Yes. Bold it. If you're in a text document, italicize it too. You got a whole bunch. Put it in the PowerPoint. You know, PowerPoint presentations. You can pull out like the special fonts. Do that.
Yeah. Put it in Wingdings.
Shout outs, Wingdings. But even that small kill for Souls of the Damned does push the meter a little bit in their favor, because now Aurora's picked up put down. Where did that guy... What? That took 5 seconds! Alright, word.
Look, sometimes you blink and you miss it, and that
Where's
is the case for one, and then maybe 2. Karmic at least doesn't have to deal with the execute yet, but now the Soap execute is going to be there, so that's another one that comes through. Donut Dunk, oh my god! I mean, it's like they heard us say they needed to get aggressive and recognize that it was true. They lose Rat Milk, but they have taken down 1, 2, 3, 4, and forced Moswall to fall back. The most open fire giant you could ask for, and it all comes off the back of a fight that I did not expect.
Was it Souls of the Dawn listening in and going, all right, guys, it's our time to be aggressive? Or was it Contraction Assessment getting bored and W King looking for something that isn't there? Donut Doug dashes onto Kaveka and instantly dies. Aurora gets caught out and gets destroyed. Karmic comes from the back alone. There's nobody else there. He's pieced up. Who's next? Tagveer ults in by himself and Moswall sitting in the back going, guys, stop! We're losing!
Now, maybe showing actually way more presence around the Fire Giant than I was going to ever give him credit for. Fire Giant's low. Secure is up in the air. Who's going to go for it? It's not getting leashed. It's still just being held onto. Moswall up into the sky. Reveals everybody. A lot of damage. In fact, burns down Cheerio alongside the Fire Giant. And now trades it out 1 for 1. But Fire Giant still going. Finally picking up its health. Finally leashed by both squads. And maybe finally going to cause some death and demise. But it's going to be on the side of Contraction Assessment. The chase is on. Xing Qin unable to get too much done. Karmic and Aurora trying to lead the way and will lead Kaveka to their death with the help of Tagveer. So a little more back and forth this time. And what seemed like an open free Fire Giant gets stalled and stopped. Might even be a little bit more, because that's going to be Tagveer going in. Good damage, but not enough to lock him down. Globe trying to trade things out. The tower is gone, and you have to be careful. Low health bars on both sides. Is it going to be Globe? Is it going to be something else? But it's finally going to be Globe and John Rowing. Their first deaths of the game. Throw Rat Milk in for a third, and almost a deicide, save for Cherry, respawning just a few seconds ago. And now, the Fire Giant's on the other foot.
What is happening? What? Wait, where? What? Why? That entire chain of events felt like something out of like a Looney Tunes film. Because Souls of the Damned have like crazy prio over this FG. We're not able to secure it. Everything falls out from underneath us. Now suddenly Contraction Assessment is pulling an FG. What?
But also worth mentioning, they waited until it was like 10 seconds on respawns for Souls of the Damned. I'm curious how this fight's gonna go. If there's a fight. Never mind, there's not gonna be a fight. Continue.
Is the fight in the room with us? Like, and then we give up Fire Giant. This is bizarre. And there was so much leading up to this point where it felt like Souls of the Damned were in such control, but what you said before is like ringing in my ears. All of these good fights for Souls of the Damned happened because Contraction Assessment like started the fights and Damned just responded and got kills. We see a scenario where Souls of the Damned is able to start a fight with a numbers advantage and health bars, and it's just not enough. So, are you dead, by the way, Karmic? Oh, it's not looking good.
Not looking good. Not well. Okay, maybe never mind. That pluck does change the the engagement pretty heavily.
There.
That one goes the way of a pretty simple kill. Fire Giant off the board. A minute without Karmic, going to be good. Gold Fury. I should say the Elder Fury at this point, I believe. No, actually, it's going to be a nice little pickup for them. Gold Fury for the Order Squad, and it is going to create a little more trouble for Souls of the Damned. Creates a very weird dynamic. The gold is even. How did we even get... 5 minutes ago, it was like 6,000 in favor of Souls of the Damned. And that goes to show how much late game can change. I mean, they were in control. It was 6-0. It is such a wild change of pace. It's like the Contraction Assessment just flipped a switch and decided, actually, wait a minute. We do want to play this Smite game.
They like each inted after Souls of the Damned, one after the other. And then we're like, all right, we got that out of our system. Let's lock in. Hard win an EFG fight at a deficit. And then take EFG, and now we're running down towers. Excuse me.
Yeah, Donut Doug just gets deleted. I mean, Execute is waiting him out, but Donut Doug comes back,
Dagger.
and that's going to be one of the glories of that dagger. Exactly. And now you've got to play a little different.
Ooh.
Luckily, that stun still exists from the ult. So Rat Milk helps shut down Tegveer. That's a second Fire Giant belt taken away from Contraction Assessment. Now they have to be careful in the fight. They're going to be fighting in a 4v5, but you've got Aurora, you've got Karmic back, and that's going to be a big deal, but Karmic just gets deleted to the backline. Meanwhile, Donut Doug is just getting chased down by 5 and killed off, so now it's Moswall and Aurora versus the world. Not something they've never experienced, but not the place you want to be with just a Horus and a Nuwa. Tier 2 mid getting knocked down. That one should be pretty easy, but can you afford a Phoenix Siege? Can you defend a Phoenix Siege is maybe the bigger question on the other side as minions come in and Souls of the Dom still have 5.
This honestly looks like a bit of a tough siege. Souls of the Dom don't have any... Oh, well, if you pluck Aurora and you kill that bird, suddenly the siege gets a lot easier. Aurora is dead.
Yeah, that changed a lot.
And now it's just... Maz, I was like, well, Dom doesn't have ults and, you know, you've got full health. Well, you got one person, so... Gulp. You lose your bird. You don't lose the game. You can't go straight to Titan because there's still a tier 1 tower up on the left side. A little tier 1 tower that could with a singular health. This is such a weird game, Gore. I'm thinking all the way back to how that push even started. Because Rat Milk put the belt to Donut Doug there, who was just barely able to get away with the dagger. And Aurora, who has that doublet of binding, shout out, that item's sick, and ults them away. But the way that Rat Milk then pivots, because Tegveer waiting in the wings on the left side was kind of holding on for that opportunity. Contraction Assessment wanted to be the aggressors there, and he gets turned around on top of them. So you find yourself in the fight scenario where Souls of the Dom get to dictate the pace of a fight, and they actually get to win it for once. Kaveka's gonna solo... Oh, he missed the axe. He's fine. I was like, Kaveka's gonna solo Donut Doug. Not the case. You have to hit the axe in order to be able to make that work for you.
The true difference between one ability that makes...
Yeah, literally. It's like, oh no! Oh, I'm fine, and I don't have to be scared of anything at all. So now, it's such a bizarre landscape, because we're both level 20 teams, the builds are about even, because the gold is whatever. So it really comes down to the mechanics of the team fights and how you win. As long as Souls of the Dom get to have Aegises and Shells to survive the Tegveer and Karmic dive, they should be sitting fairly pretty. And then you have to either be the engagers on Contraction Assessment or counter-engage off of Tegveer. And on paper, the fight looks so good for Souls of the Damned. But for some reason, their positioning gets really awkward. Kaveka's a few times, even today, has been caught out alone and by themselves, kind of playing the solo Uller lifestyle. And that, to me, is what gets them killed often, because Contraction Assessment has shown a couple of times that they're very willing to turn around and just kill an Uller for the love of the game. So now you have to post up around this FG, and it's so awkward. This is such a weird game for me.
Yeah, you know what? Hey guys, I'm gonna pull the curtain back. When we say weird game, that usually translates to the most unpredictable things aren't happening the way we think they should, and that is the best way to describe the.
We're not following the flowchart.
Unpredictable is fine, but this has been beyond just the normal level. I mean, you've got these players. Well, I mean, the Fire Giant fight that you mentioned earlier, right? Where it's like, okay, well, you've got a massive numbers advantage of Souls of the Dom. Like, you just kind of wiped all of them except for, like, one at the mid-Phoenix. So, like, surely you've got control here. Oh, you just all got wiped out. Okay, never mind. So that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match up with what we think should be going on. Now, what are we going to do around this Fire Giant? Can you find the burn? Can you find a kill? Roar is already half health, but it's Horus, so I imagine that's going to get healed up relatively soon. This Fire Giant is enhanced, so that's going to make another big difference. And the health bars started to burn. You've got Karmic coming around one side, maybe going through the double doors on the right-hand side of the Fire Giant pit. Half health for the objective itself. The engagement between these two teams hasn't happened yet until now. The blink forward, Karmic and Aurora leading the way to start this fight and trying to get something done. But is it going to go the way they want it to? It's the question they have to ask. Donut Doug, Moswell have to be careful, because if you get a little stray damage, anything coming in from Kveka might be what you need. Kveka over the wall, able to stay alive a little longer despite the dive from the Tsukiyomi, and it might just be Cherio playing Sacrificial Lamb, but it's going to be the 1-for-1. You might lose your support, but you kill off Donut Doug, and now you take care of Karmic. You pull two and isolate them. And now what can you do? It's going to be a reset for Souls of the Damned. Unless Moswell has something to say about it. That should be an easy back to base, and it should stop most Fire Giant pushes, at least from Contraction Assessment.
What a beautiful Horus engage at the start of that fight. I sat up. I was like, yo, that was awesome. Aurora is able to sneak in there because of the Nuwa fog, and then goes for a blink triple knockup, but unfortunately, there just wasn't a whole lot of play off of that. Like, yeah, you've got Karmic that's able to go in there and spin to win and get some damage off, but we weren't able to kill Rat Milk before they got into the air. We weren't able to split the fight up properly, and Souls of the Damned are able to fight off the two that chase after them. And we're back on EFG, but again, it's a numbers advantage to Souls of the Damned. This is another team fight wearing the face of an OBJ pull.
I mean, back essentially to square one in terms of where the aggression's going to be. Pyromancer could be an easy consolation, quote-unquote, prize. John Rowing goes in, knock up onto a Roar. So that's an engaging ult. Down, and about half of the health bar of John Rowing. Roar in the middle of an area. And again, relics and CC immunity being used, I would say willy-nilly, but maybe it's going to be the thing that changes the pace of the game, because now the engagement's on the other side. Karmic goes in, leads the way, gets rid of Kveka, and now looking to knock down Cherio. One more auto from Donut Doug, and the first kill for the carry on Contraction Assessment. But that damage has been important, and admittedly like a lightning rod for what Souls of the Damned have been doing. Now pushed back, not able to fight back. Fire Giant enhanced, and what looks to be soon a second belt for Contraction Assessment as they start to siege up this late game with an empowered Fire Giant ready to fight.
There's a good heads-up play there from Contraction Assessment. Rat Milk shows himself on that tier 2 solo side tower. Contraction take that as the go button to look for that initial engagement. And again, Kveka is kind of separated from the rest of their team. They were in the bush on the right-hand side of the mid lane, gets his bead pulled, he walked away, and then Contraction is able to dive in after them, and the Uller is going to get picked off immediately, because they've got no sense of safety afterwards. This EFG is a big deal. This is the buff that can end games. It's already claimed the solo side bird. Souls of the Damned, I mean, it's not over, but this is a very tough spot to play the game from. If you're Contraction Assessment, you want to end the game within the next 190 seconds. Dare I say you need to force the issue, right? So it's time to you grab your Pyro, you're going to back, you're going to go get that Ancient Gold Fury, or maybe you'll push to the tier 2 back for Ancient Gold Fury and then go forward, but it's time to get in there. It's time to get active while you've got everything ready to go. Dagger in the hands of Donut Doug, Lord knows he needs it. Poor guy's just been getting ran at the whole game. But the Medusa also has a little bit more going in their build. A little bit of crit to go with their Gilded Arrow. Silver Branch Bow is what really pushes ADCs over the edge these days because of how much attack speed they're able to get. You pair that with a Viper Shot, you just eat a face full of buckshot, essentially. So finally, Donut Doug is able to deal some damage. And Karmic has been annoying as ever on the Xing Chen. Your Souls of the Damned, your defense doesn't look the best. Like, it's not a comp that is great at protecting versus a siege. Morgan Le Fay can offer quite a bit of space with her damage abilities, but like we talked about at the very beginning, it's down to Souls of the Damned want to be the aggressors and not the aggressees.
Donut Doug doing a great job there, holding on until that tower is gone to make sure that they can disable a little bit. Now just outright killing Rat Milk thanks to Moswell. I think those last couple of autos couldn't have connected, and Rat Milk taken down out of the sky. Now it's going to be a 4v5 on the defense with a weakened Phoenix in both left and mid, and a Phoenix already down on right. This is exactly the kind of scenario you want to be in if you are Contraction Assessment. A wild turnaround from the way this game started, and honestly the first like 24 minutes of this game. But right now, with all three birds gone, they are starting to march towards the Titan. They need a little bit more in terms of kills just to make sure they can do this without any casualties, but they're going to be getting a little poke here and there. Kveka, high priority target. Same with Globe. The Titan itself is fighting its ghosts, but it's going down. It's going down fast. Oh my god, just demolished. Yeah. Thanks to Karmic, and marched on in, and game number 1 for Contraction Assessment.
Wow.
Yeah. What
do? You can grab an EFG, you run it down. That's what
you win
do.
Your fights around Fire Giant. That's what you gotta do.
I say, how many fights did we see Contraction Assessment win? All the right ones, right? Like, all the important ones are the ones that they had to win there. Donut Dog having their moment of glory at the end, too. Thank goodness for them, sitting with a 1-8 slash line, but still maintaining mental discipline to not completely give in to despair and run it down. Contraction Assessment kept their heads above the water. They played pretty patiently, all things considering, given the scenario that they were running into. Souls of the Damned, you really hit the nail on the head earlier. We were like, yeah, they've got this lead in the early game, but we're not quite forcing it. And I'm like, yeah, well, maybe you don't have to force it necessarily. In retrospect, hey, probably should have tried to force it a little bit, because you give Contraction Assessment some time to get back into this game, and suddenly this game gets very, very hard to play. This play specifically, like, boom, boom, Tagveer and Karmic get a bunch of damage, you get a shutdown on top of John Rowing. That's a bunch of gold in the pocket. These gold swings went from a 6k gold deficit to suddenly Contraction Assessment is like running away with it. It was crazy, weird game.
You always have to push a little to feel what pushback there's going to be, right? Because I feel like by the time Souls of the Damned felt the pushback, we saw a Fire Giant go the way of Contraction Assessment. Like, it was a little long to get there. And I mean, look, like, did they get it done in a pretty way? The only positive slash line is Moswall. Everybody else was kind of kicking and screaming as they went through, but it shows that, like, it's not always the kills. Hell, it's not even always the gold, although towards the end I do think it started to skew finally in favor of Contraction Assessment. It's just in terms of what you can do as a team, and sometimes that team is at a deficit around a Fire Giant pit. You still somehow manage to get enough picks to make sure that you can get it. Don't know how that happened, but there are just a few breaking points, things where the pressure got too hard and it just sheared apart, it feels like, for Souls of the Damned. And now that fell apart, you've got Contraction Assessment with 1 victory in this best of 3. Very crucial reminder that it is a best of 3, and that we're going to talk about this again in a little bit, but with Vault Bans, everybody we just saw is off the board. So what these teams are going to do, how they're going to adapt, and what comes up next, I have absolutely no idea. The only way to find out is to get into it, and the only way to get there is to come back after this quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the finals here in Week 3 of the August Circuit for Smite Prime. My name's Gormizer, and of course, I have been accompanied through this journey by Musi as we move forward. We just saw game number 1, and now we're moving into 2. Contraction Assessment took game 1, and we'll get more into that, because, well, right now we need to talk about what happens with picks and bans, because things are a little different in finals. When it's a best of 3, well, once a god gets played, that god gets locked away in the vault, and they cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So, that means, in addition to the 6 initial bans that these teams have, there are 10 other gods, the ones we just watched, that cannot be played in this matchup. For example, Moswall played Nuwa. I'm not sure that she was going to be at the top of the list every single game, but she is gone now for the rest of the set. The same thing can be said for the Morgan Le Fay. The same thing can be said for that Ool that we've seen so much of. The Thanatos, the Sobek, insert god here. They're off the board. So now what are we going to see? Well, there's only one way to find out, and it's in picks and bans. Now, again, the initial bans here, The gods that were banned last time, still technically available and up for grabs. They could also just be banned again, right? It depends on how these teams want to go for it. But they're going to swap sides, so Souls of the Damned will be on, let me think about this, mirrored over here, and then Contraction Assessment will be over on the Chaos side of things. But the vault bans you see at the bottom, those are 10 gods that cannot be played. If this goes to 3 games, if Souls of the Damned get things together, push us to the limit, there will be 20 gods down in that box that will cause a lot more trouble. Agni, Aphrodite, maybe some other A gods like an Aladdin, who knows? Things might show up in bans, but those first 2 are there, and then the Susanoo taken away as well, which is a little surprising. Not necessarily because he's not powerful enough to be banned, but Musi, I feel like we've seen him do really well for Souls of the Damned throughout the day, so for them to ban it is a little surprising.
I suppose Susanoo is going to be one of those picks that top picking it gets a little sketchy, just because there are some other picks that maybe you want to prio. But also, like, imagine you're a Susanoo and then you end up playing into Susanoo, or not Susanoo, RDO Cupid, and you're like, my game's over, right? Like, is that? Oh, that's that. I suppose, like all these giant cripple fields. So there is still some counter pickability for that god, where you're picking it maybe second or third slot as opposed to just first. But there are going to be some other picks that maybe make a little bit more sense to take away. Cherio is never seeing Ymir. It's never hitting the light of day.
I was actually going to say, like, a lot of respect towards the Cherry Ymir, which, like, admittedly, I watched game 1 today. I agree. Don't let Cherry have this if you can avoid it. But it is very impressive to see how much respect it's kind of pulling. Same with the Daji. We already mentioned the Susanoo with the Achilles on the other side. Newt! First, locked in. Not necessarily completely outlandish, because she's just good. She just does her thing. But a little surprising considering we've seen her a little lower on the tier list so far.
Yeah, I mean, she does what you want a mid laner to do. Damage and survive. Plus, she's got a big teamfight ultimate that you can play off of.
So let's play the game of Shuffling Gods. Put one under the caps, shuffle them around. One's gonna be mid lane, and we don't know who.
I'm gonna assume it's not Eset.
Yeah, that's a good assumption.
So, but is it?
Is it
what? Dom, what are we doing? Eset, Aspect, Support, Disco, Aspect, Carry, Newt mid. That's what I got. This other team looks insane, by the way.
You know, okay. So first, I'm gonna talk more about that because I feel like it's worthwhile. Thor, Hou-Yi, Yamoja, Jingwei. That's all real good. Wow. Admittedly, the Hou-Yi and the Jingwei, we've seen both of them go carry. Technically, I've seen both of them go mid. Jingwei, I think, feels more midi, although aspect conversation, I don't know. There's a lot that can maybe happen over there. But Yamoja is just such a good god in general that when played properly, most people, and this is targeted at maybe some of you, unfortunately, but most people don't play Yamoja properly. I imagine that Contraction Assessment, specifically, assuming it's going to be, a Roar, probably, who has been playing it properly for a while, will play it properly. And then they rounded it out with a Vulcan. Huh?
I mean...
Musi, help.
You know what? I like this. Boswell slams on this Vulcan. Plus, though, you want to talk about playing Yamoja properly. When you're playing Yamoja properly, you need a mage that can follow up with what you're doing, right? And Vulcan is the king of follow-up bait. Well, he's one of the king. It's like an oligarchy. There's a council of follow-up. And Vulcan is one of the main seated members on the council of follow-up. Plus, he's got short cooldowns to really abuse when you put up those River's Rebuke, and the Yamoja's like, cool, all right, this is the feeding frenzy, my little piranhas. Come here and feast. And Vulcan's like, nom nom, I'm a fish now. Or however this metaphor, whatever direction that's taking. And you also have Thor and Hou-Yi to an extent, where you can play off of what they're doing as well. So I like the Vulcan here. Now I gotta acknowledge whatever is happening over here. Because we've got the Mordred and the Hunbouts to finish out this draft. So this gives us a little bit more of a picture of what's going on. Because Mordred, likely solo, Hunbats, probably jungle, maybe Mordred Could go... No, the Homebats is there. Borgia can't go jungle. So Borgia solo, Homebats jungle. I think it is Newt ADC, ESET support, Discordia mid. That's probably the way that shakes down, right? You could shuffle things around, but I don't think you should.
Yeah, it's like one of those, like, hey, you're in finals and, like, it's game 2. Do you feel like, are you being goofy silly, or are you being like, let's lock it in silly? And so here's going to be the question for what they do. Like you said, I agree with your general assessment. I think that those make the most sense. Sometimes it's not always what makes the most sense. So I guess we'll see as we jump into game 2 here of the finals. Could be the final game. That depends mostly on Souls of the Damned, Contraction assessment. There's going to be something I'm going to address on the right side of the screen here in a second. First, we will confirm Musi is correct, top to bottom, for where Souls of the Damned have gone. So now what's up with this Ho Yi in the jungle?
So, this is a Tegvir special, actually. Tegvir has played this Ho Yi jungle for a bit now. With Ricochet, you've got some really solid jungle clear, and you have really good ganks, too. Like, surprisingly good ganks. Because you get the mark, you got Ricochet to stun, you can dive bomb to get a knock-up as well. Oh my gosh, somebody is alive.
Might die, and oh my god, look at Donut Doug. Oh, good movement. But good play by Kaveka just to be, present. Unfortunately, this now means Cherio and Kaveka are incredibly demised and will need to use some of those health pots just to survive the lane.
Good lord. I mean, if there's anything that ESET can offer, it is survivability in the form of shields and heals and some stuns that they can do. But Aurora is able to pour on a pretty significant amount of damage with this Yamoja, especially now because in Smite 2, I mean, you have a lot of context for Yamoja in Smite 1. Even in Smite 1, she... Bam! Right? You in your teeth. You get punched. That's not fun. Now you get to build Bluestone on Yamoja. So, however hard she was punching before, now she's got a second fist that comes up for the uppercut, and you're like, okay, I didn't enjoy a single part of this. That hurts. This sucks. Right? So Aurora's going to be able to really keep this pressure on, and that's what Jingwei needs in this lane too. Because again, Donut Doug is looking to scale with this Jingwei pick. Although the bow start is interesting. I wondered if maybe you would have looked for like a Devos, knowing that you're going to be trying to hit that late game regardless. But that's an aside. It was a really good pairing for Aurora and Donut Doug to be able to clear waves faster than Kaveka and Cherio can, while also keeping themselves relatively safe.
Yeah, one thing that I think Cherio and Kaveka are going to experience through a lot of this, because like you just said, being able to stay relatively safe is a big deal. They're squishier. Them staying safe is also a pretty big, high priority. I'm going to admit that I'm really excited for mid. I like Discordia, like one of my favorite gods, and I say that about a lot of gods, I'm realizing. My list of favorite gods is pretty big. Discordia is one of them. Just very fun to play, very, very magey, right? Very much in the realm of like what you expect a mage to do. Maybe not as long range as some of the others, but in some cases maybe longer range than some of the others. And so having that balance is very solid, but it really is the Vulcan that is the star of the show, right? It is an interesting character that we don't get to see too often. It's someone that Moswall loves, and thanks to reminders from production, my memory is dredging the fact that it has loved for, probably over a decade at this point. Vulcan has just been one of those Moswall gods. And so it does make this one a lot more exciting to see where that's going to go. I imagine that the Hunbats in the jungle, at least, will have some impact play around whether or not the Vulcan does well or not, because I think Fear No Evil is going to cause a lot of trouble. And so at level 5, that's where I start turning my eyes maybe more towards those engagements. But so far, Contraction Assessment have been doing more or less what Souls of the Damned were doing in last game, which is that there's not been any crazy kills, but the gold, even though it's only 600, has been slowly but surely dipping towards the red.
You can explain this too. I mean, Contraction Assessment do get the first round of rocks, so a little scuffle over there by the blue buff. Might find your first blood, Tegvir's level 5? No. Ratmill can jump away, it's okay. That early level aggression is thanks to the fact that this Vulcan's able to outclear this Discordia, because you got the Thumper and the turret. So Boswell won't be able to carry as many consumables, but they can do a bunch of damage to the wave, or ult a red buff, shoutouts. And then off of this, they're able to get to Firebrands first, they're able to get their level 5s rolling first, they can make aggressive plays like this. And that is what gets that early snowball started in terms of building a small gold lead, right? So now that you've built a small gold lead, kind of like taffy, you have to stretch it, fold it, stretch it again, right? We're folding it, we're going somewhere else. Dual lane to me is a prime target for contraction assessment because Iset is going to really struggle against a Hou Yi ultimate. She doesn't have a way to get around that giant sun that cuts off the options. She doesn't have a way to get around the Yamoja ultimate too. Can Donut Doug? He's good.
Up into the sky. Oh, for ult trade. But staying alive, probably the bigger key moment.
Yeah, and that's what Jingwei does, is she's just so safe. She has to be, because she's that late game dash your carry type of character, but until then, she's kind of a sad kitten. Maybe not outside in the rain, but still kind of wishing that she had more friends. So maybe like a medium sad kitten, not quite to the point.
Why can't we have any happy kittens? Where are the happy cats?
She becomes a happy kitten when she hits level 20 and she two-shots the other sad kitten.
Okay, so we'll wait a little bit for that.
Yeah, let's say the moral of the story is there is always a sad kitten. You just have to make sure that your kitten is not the sad one. I'm gonna drop this metaphor. Moving on. Solo lane looks pretty interesting. That's a gank.
Yeah, look what's happening over there. Well, actually, right now we've got Yamoja walls coming up and trying to lock down. You had already mentioned it, Cherio in a little bit of trouble. That's going to be a kill onto that one. Kaveka now under duress. All you need is a couple more autos and some lockdown, and they're going to be able to find that double kill over here, and you get the kill on John Rowing over on the other side. The opposite of the start for contraction assessment in game 1. Now they've picked things up. 3 kills, almost 3,000 gold, and we're only 6 minutes in. Oh,
we got happy kittens all around. Globe has lost half their health bar. Thank you, Vulcan. World Stone first item, Moswall. Are you insane? No wonder we've been ripping these up. He's been ulting anything that has a shadow. It's because we have a World Stone to start things off. That's... you know what? 70 int and 10 flat pen? That's not as crazy as it sounds, to be honest. And I like it more than maybe a Spear of Deso start. Because Vulcan ult is the size of a moon. You can throw it down on a character like Discordia. She can't get away from a Vulcan ult. You put the targeter right in the center there. What's she gonna do? Erratic movement away? Try me. I dare you to try me. Not to mention, this gives contraction assessment a lot of movement around these objectives too. We have crazy objective confirm. Oh my god, we're killing Kaveka again.
Now this is gonna be decent lockdown, although they both playing Ring Around the Rosie. Now, yeah, ult use from Donut Doug to make sure that you can have some of the catch-up. And he said ult comes down to provide a little bit of healing and prots. And maybe even a little bit of turnaround. Donut Doug bites off more than they can chew. Now a roar and a little bit of danger. You've got Tegveer in the jungle. Do they turn around? It depends on the engage. Right now, Cherio coming in deep. Same with the Newt. But instead, it's going to be a fallback. Probably because the Hunbats pinging out of their mind on those wards. And it's a recognized fight that things can't go right, so instead it's Jingwei, who luckily with the passive will be back in the globe, just deleted in mid thanks to a rotation from Karmic.
Pursue the weak here from Mordred will find its way on top of Tegveer, who gets into the Fear No Evil dive bomb. Can he get out?
Well, Tegveer, low damage seems to be good. That ult is just providing so much. You need one more auto. Somebody has got to hit him, and finally they are able to, but it costs them 2. Now 3, with Kaveka getting just isolated again on the left-hand side. 7-2 in contraction assessment. Lose their jungler, but at the gain of so much more.
Karmic is moving like a monster out here. That Thor wall buys a ton of time for Tegveer to pump more damage out before they end up crumbling down. Also, this solo lane, which we haven't really checked in on too much. Karmic on this Thor solo, which we haven't had a chance to see. because of the rise of picks like Osiris, like the Cucullin, the Mordred, all these other picks that have been having their time in the limelight, where Thor Solo has just been kind of fair play this whole time. So we don't get to talk about what he brings to the board. It's like a regular Thor, except he can't die. Shout outs, right? He gets to live forever. He can get some tremblage going on with his passive. And he too can abuse Shifter's shield. So that is the hallmark of a good solo laner at this point. Karmic being willing to get out of that solo lane is really good, right? I mean, Thor's greatest strong suit is his teamfight presence and a semi-global ultimate. And when you've got a Vulcan that has an ultimate locked and loaded at every Chronos pendant, when won't he have ult? This is disgusting! Can we show that on stream? That's wild!
I mean,
Boom!
hey, there's the whole point. That's the whole reason that you do it. And now watch the timer. I mean, look at that. Like I'm watching the diamond to see how quickly it fills up. That's gonna be insane to me. As the kills keep running through, maybe we should catch up on where they are, because it's Ratmill, Globe, and Kaveka taken down one more time. You had already mentioned, I mean, we could talk about objective secure with these Vulcan ultimates. By the way, it's already halfway back. It's one thing to think about it like that, but the damage, I mean, when you're hitting them like this, there's no reason not to. Yamoja walls, up and around, damage, follow up, Cheerio, gone! And unfortunately for John rowing, it looks like he's rowing down the river, sticks into the underworld, because Contraction Assessment have control.
You have been assessed and found wanting. In goes Tegveer. Oh, Ratmilk as well. Can we pick off one? Tegveer is
gone.
Okay.
He is going to be taken down, but it only takes a little bit. In the meantime, hey, I don't know if you noticed, Globe died in the process. They finally get Tegveer. Of the 3 kills, Tegveer's 2 of them, and oh, my poor Ratmill. Yes, that's just Karmic. That's excessive. All right, let's calm down a little bit. 14 kills to 3. 11 minutes into this game. 14 on the side of Contraction Assessment. It is quick math. 6,000 gold. The gold fury that goes their way. They're controlling objectives, fights, and about everything. 8,000 experience. I mean, from top to bottom. This is about as disastrous of a first 11 minutes as you could ask for Souls of the Dom.
I mean, it would seem that Contraction Assessment learned something from the last game that Souls of the Dom did not pick up quite as quickly. When you have a lead, let's force it. You know what? Let's just do something. Let's get crazy out there. Let's go wild. So now that you have this ridiculous lead that you have to play into, if you're Souls of the Damned, you're trying not to get picked like this. Aurora's soloing a Discordia, by the way.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if it's going to slow down anytime soon.
It's really not. Look, they have a Sphere Negation as well, so that's extra intelligence, but also a Magic Health Shield, so they are born No! Cheerio! Oh, God!
I mean, it's the ult. That's the build. That's what it's for.
Oh.
Kaveka's gone. Who can survive?
This is disgusting. Want to talk about? I don't. What is there to talk about?
I want to. You know what?
I
need to. I'm gonna get my phone next time that Moswell uses the ult. I'm gonna actually find the timer on this ultimate because it's already 3/4 of the way back. What is going on here?
Moswell, buy a Spear of Desolation for the funnies. It'll be funny.
For the memes.
For the memes too. All right. Yeah, we're just ulting anything then. Like
the free rip
you have the timer?
of the ults. That's the thing. It's the I forgot.
Darn! Just let him back. You want to keep that guy in lane? His ult's back up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, do you really want him around? Actually, I prefer him to be further away. I would like it if he was back in the base instead of here fighting. Instead, Globe is now in a little bit of trouble, and it's Aurora who's chasing him down. The stun does not connect, which is going to be good, but unfortunately, Moswall is on the other side waiting for you. Aurora, low, shell, good, shielding, keeps him alive, but can you survive? Rat Milk and Globe, both incredibly low. One gone, then the other. And now I feel like this is televised bullying. We are 9,000 gold separated. 18 kills to 3. Maybe some turnaround potential here. Tegveer dancing around inside the falling suns, but finds the stun. And it's just a little late. Oh no, poor Moswall. Finally one misses. But does it really make that big of a difference? The kill happens nonetheless. And I don't know where this fight is going or where this game is going. Kaveka looking to fight down Donut Doug. Might be able to find it. Will be able to find it. And it is a pullback. Maybe a small one, but a pullback nonetheless in the grand scheme of this game.
All right. We are on the board. Let's go. Look at that little dip upwards. Yes, sir. We're in that. Maybe we can punish out Aurora, too. I mean, the way that Souls of the Dom can play this at this point is just try to get whatever scraps you can. If anybody from Contraction Assessment gets a little too big for their britches, a little overzealous, you punish it, and you kill them, and you take that shutdown gold, you go home, you spend it, you do it again. Like this. Find Aurora and take him down. Except he's not dying because he's got, I don't know, Cersei's, so he's got an extra 200 health. That's the difference maker right there.
Well, now Aurora finally punished and taken down. So things aren't completely out of control. But then it's a support for your jungler. Now Donut Doug needs to stay alive and is able to get back. You have Tegveer over here. This actually might not be a smart fight, depending on under the tower. Right now, Tegveer, though, burned down. Sun's doing a lot. Cherio tanking the tower, has to drop that. Donut Doug is low. One more auto is all you needed. Kaveka is able to close it out. And so finally, picking up some kills and pulling back and changing the pace of this game. It was getting out of hand. It still is, but now Souls of the Dom are controlling a little more.
Yeah. It went from like one side of the room to a little bit closer, right? Do you want one marshmallow or do you want two? You gotta hold out for the second marshmallow. Cherio wanted both. He wanted one marshmallow right away. Now he gets to... Maybe he can get away? No. That's a dead bird walking. Unless we group up! Here come the boys!
Well, the boys are coming. It might be too late to save Cherio. Yeah, they're not going to engage. Okay, I was wondering, you know, Kaveka could go in, specifically looking at Rat Milk, but with no ult. It seems the call kind of made itself, but now Kaveka might be in a little bit more trouble. Aurora looking for the cutoff path, not going to find the stun, but the bubbles are bouncing. Karmic's getting low, and that might actually be dangerous. Right now, Kaveka is doing some nuts damage. Luckily, you've got Donut Doug and some assists. And so Karmic manages to survive, just barely, because of the team.
I mean, Kaveka, what Newt does early game is be super, super aggressive. Early game, it's 16 minutes in, what am I talking about? But lo and behold, Barb Carver, Braggy's Harp, Tearfing, right? She pops her one, gets 5 autos off instantaneously. That shreds health bars. That 1v2, Kaveka wins it. It really isn't until Donut Doug shows up that makes the difference maker.
Well, Gold Fury low, wall's good. It goes the way of Contraction Assessment anyway, despite the last little bit looking like it could have favored Souls of the Dom. Now Rat Milk getting chased down. Also Globe and Cherio died. Will the jungler survive? And the answer is yes, thanks to this tier 2. So it's 2 kills plus a Gold Fury. And now Thor, and now, well, I spoke too soon. The jungler does not survive. Instead, Karmic decided to change fate.
Well, if you had a chance to change your fate, would you ult in on a Jing Wei as she ults away? John Rowing? Oh no. Not like this, John Rowing. Not like this, John Rowing. Wait, like this? Oh, not like this. We were so close to greatness. We were right there. I've experienced it too.
Unfortunately, Globe. I mean, it's just dominoes. It's one after another. Rat Milk's back. I wonder how they're going to fight. Right now, Kaveka is the #1 that I keep my eyes on. Because of that, you can turn it around and get the kills. It's from the carry. That's where your priority is. Look at the slash lines. We got 1-5, 2-6, 0-6, 0-5, and 5-5. That's where the pressure needs to be. It's got to come through Kaveka, which has been a game plan overall. Unfortunately, Cherio taken down. Now Rat Milk in an unfortunate position. Still with Kaveka behind, and Kaveka dealing the damage. Now it's a 6-5. It is up to this Newt, dragging the team to stay alive in this game.
I'm not even kidding. There is a reality where Souls of the Dom can start to turn this around. Can you find Moz while he throws the ult at his feet? The damage, that's a 6-6-7.
I think so. Able to get some down onto Rat Milk, but unfortunately gets taken down, and now it's just been one by one. Everybody on contraction assessment just getting eliminated. Karmic up into the sky. Are you going to go in? This feels like, I'm going to say I think it's still in there, but maybe an exclamation point Hail Mary. They're throwing a lot of this engagement for no good reason. Karmic, low, and getting even lower. Pulled up into the sky thanks to Mordred.
Redwin.
But is going to be able to get on out of there. Stay alive. 10,000 gold still separates these two teams, as well as 17 kills separating them. But look at that divot. Look at what pulls it back. Those are the small steps, but steps nonetheless, being built by Souls of the Damned to get back into this game. And we already saw last game. The first 24 minutes meant virtually nothing. It all changed around some fire giants. And so that's what we're waiting for now, to see if Souls of the Damned can do what was done to them by contraction assessment in Game 1.
I mean, if contraction assessment really want to force something towards the end here, it's got to be like an FG pull kills. Moswell confirms it. Okay.
Now Moswell taken down in a position where, again, things are going poorly. Tegveer does a leap in place, not over the wall, and instead that's going to cause a lot of trouble. And again, that's what I was going to say. Things are going a little awry, maybe a little more than a little, right now for contraction assessment. This Fire Giant is going to be started up by Souls of the Dom. You've got Aurora and Karmic, the only two here. One of them does not even have their ult. Walls for Aurora exist. So how this engagement goes and what it's going to be is actually a big deal. Karmic goes into the back, getting some pressure, poking out a little bit onto Globe and a bit onto Cherio. Now, with the Roar, ult's already dropped down. The engagement is going to be a big deal. Buying time, though, that's the key. Can you steal the Fire Giant? Can you keep objective here? Because you've got Jing Wei coming into the engagement. You lose Karmic, but you need one auto. You're not going to be able to find it. Fire Giant goes the way of Souls of the Damned, and now the retreat is there for contraction assessment.
I want to see the gold chart. I want to see the gold chart. The steps have got to be crazy.
That's
Look
crazy.
at that. What? This went from, like 5 minutes ago, this was, wow, this looks dire for Souls of the Damned. I don't know what contraction assessment did, but they've turned it on, and they are running away with the game, and they're totally going to win. To, hold on a minute, Donut Doug is getting soloed. What is this set, Gore? I'm lost. I'm flabbergasted. We have inted away our lead.
You should be. Moswell once again takes an objective. Unfortunately, didn't take the Fire Giant, but takes all the other ones and seems to be moving forward. Trades out their life for it. Now the kills are coming up. Souls of the Damned. They're getting aggressive. Stun, not going to connect, or at least going to be immune to out. Thanks to contraction assessment there. And a retreat. Unless Rat Milk has something to say about it, does happen. I'm going to agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
What is going on? Like, so much about this game. I agree. 5 minutes ago, if you had asked me, I would have said this game was over. That it was done, and that things could not possibly improve. Meanwhile, Souls of the Dom said, bet. Grab, claw their way up, experience and gold and kills. And yeah, they've lost a few other objectives, pretty much every other objective that wasn't that Fire Giant, but you gotta say that's the most important one with what they've done with it. This has been insane the last few minutes.
I mean, look at Kveika's damage numbers. 28k damage, bordering on 29k. Kveika has been the keystone for Souls of the Dom tier, being able to push forward in the way that they have, to such a degree that now the rest of them are pretty much caught up at this point. Even Ratmilk's got a lead over Tagbeer, where at one point, Ratmilk was underneath Aurora. Like, I don't understand how Contraction Assessment found a way to lose every single team fight when you have a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, it was very impressive, honestly. But in the worst possible way, and it might happen again here because Kveika is running through. Look at the damage onto Aurora. I mean, you just can't make that up. Kveika goes up to 31,000 just in this engagement. Now you have to play carefully? You have to play defensively? What team is this? Are they the same guys that were just dominating? Where did that squad go? I guess to the gray screen or back to base. Run away, tail tucked between their legs as Souls of the Dom dominate over pretty much since the 20-minute mark.
Bruh. I don't even, like, Contraction Assessment, it's a little bit more than just losing these fights. These fights just look really sloppy. Aurora was completely separated from the rest of the team. Souls of the Dom has been grouped up this whole time, but, like, where is my team? Dying.
Well, yeah, right now, getting absolutely annihilated. Mid-Phoenix off the board. Tagbeer going to be respawning, and it looks like that might be the reset. Whether it's locked in, I mean, I don't know where Contraction Assessment have been. But at like 19 minutes, they stepped out the door for milk, and I haven't seen them come back. Maybe they'll be here relatively soon. Pyromancer started up. But it's the choice of engagements as well. That's the other half of this that has been a little problematic. Contraction Assessment got a little cocky. We'll call it as it is.
Yeah.
They definitely were playing much looser. But even now, it feels like things have just been slipping through their grasp. Like, one fight is from that level and that lead, you can make one fight mistake and still dominate. It is entirely different to have your entire lead ripped from your hands the way that it has. Souls of the Dom have been playing very, very astutely. Contraction Assessment, I mean, now it's 10 kills. It was 17 a little bit ago, and that might not seem like a big deal, but, like, those 7 kills have all been Souls of the Damned, and they have corrected about 10,000 plus gold.
You know, and I'm honestly surprised that Contraction Assessment still have a gold lead. With the way that the last, like, 6 to 10 minutes have gone, the fact that Contraction Assessment get to have anything this game is staggering to me right now.
It blows my mind. Fire Giant.
That Vulcan Ultimate did nothing to Cheerio. That was insane.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that as well. That went from, like, oh my god, this Vulcan Ultimate every time, to, yeah, sure, it's off cooldown, but doesn't matter. It should be up again.
So cool.
For the Fire Giant fight.
Yeah.
And that means Secure is going to be kind of ever-presently looming. And we got to talk about that. I mean, the Fire Giant, that was a very, very optimally used Fire Giant just now from Souls of the Damned. And so if they can get another one of those, that could make a huge difference. But if a pick happens on the other side, if Contraction Assessment can just kind of find that one little leg back in, we could return back to what we were kind of calling the norm about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was about to say, Contraction Assessment have a lot of combos with their comp here that can lead to really big things. I mean, Karmic, with this Anvil of Dawn, you can follow it up with Moswall's ultimate. Aurora can throw out that River's Rebuke where Moswall can ult. Tagbeer as well has a lot of damage they can get through. This could be a big pick. You can find Cheerio, who's by themselves.
Well, Cheerio was isolated thanks to Karmic's wall, but follow-up wasn't necessarily there. Ults online for all 5 on Contraction Assessment, not online for Globe and Cherry on the other side. Opens up the conversation of engagement, opens up where the fights could be. Donut Doug has to stay alive. Donut Doug cannot go down. Donut Doug falls back, but needs to keep going. Goes up into the sky and is taken down 1 for 1. But your carry is such a crucial member at this point in the game, taken away. Now Rat Milk needs to be careful. Fear no evil. Drop down, finds Tegveer because of it, and they are isolating and soloing everyone they need. Rat Milk in the face of Aurora, low, and killed off by Moswell. So you're at least trading 2 for 2. You need to keep it up, and if you're a contraction assessment, you need this fight to go your way. You need this to be finally your engagement. They're going to play it safe. Good Newt ult, but it's not going to find the kill just yet. It's going to be a reset. 3 for 3. All still on the right side. Sans Aurora, who is backed. And a small reset before we get to a Fire Giant.
Contraction assessment are pushing this left side bird because they have the pusher there. So if they can back and maybe get to the objective in time, this could be an FG pull, but man, Kaveka just shredded that thing instantly. They've got the Executioner online now too. And a Shifter Shield. Hey, shoutouts. Man, if I had a nickel, I'd have any Shifter Shield.
This might be the least Shifter Shield we've seen in the game today. There's only 2.
I was about to say, I only see 2. Yeah, very nice. Maybe if Contraction Assessment had more Shifter Shield, they'd be winning harder. Interesting. Noted.
Maybe it'll change?
Perhaps. There's still room in the builds here. I'm curious to know what Aurora's going to be upgrading. Probably their shell, and then I would love to see them pick up a beads just for themselves. Everybody from Contraction Assessment has been getting hit by some form of errant CC that gets them blown up by the rest of the team. So a little bit of selfishness there would pan out. It would go a long way just to keep their own health bars active. Also, man, Karmic lives forever, by the way. I was surprised to see that Thor survive the last engagement, but upgraded shell and a Pridwin. That Pridwin shield gets huge. Re-ulting.
Karmic up into the air. This dunk is actually going to be very important. Where does Karmic land, and can he find multiple? There's 3 right there. Maybe a good dunk opportunity, but instead ends up falling off to the side. Now damage needs to be good. Where's it going to be? Donut Doug goes down, but it's traded for Rat Milk. 1 for 1. You need to keep this trade going. If you were Contraction Assessment, you have been losing these fights, and already forced away is Tegveer, unable to do too much. John rowing his way to the back line. Karmic gone. Maybe a little more going to happen here. A lot of backs that have happened. Tegveer might come back. Moswell just trying to stay alive as long as they can. Turret comes up, and that damage is going to help, especially with Tegveer. But you don't have enough to find the kill. Instead, maybe an opportunity to pull back. I mean, you've only got 4, but 4 should be enough for a Fire Giant if you really want it. Instead, Weakened Phoenix seems to be the target for Souls of the Damned.
That fight starts off, and everything was off the mark for Contraction Assessment. Aurora groups everybody up, but Moswell throws the ult just a little bit too far away. What was a perfect setup for Contraction Assessment. A wonderful grouping cannot pan out. And then Donut Doug getting picked off right at the start. This Jingwei is a driving force for your damage. She's late game. She's got the Silver Branch, Xe, Deathbringer. Level 20, like, you have to keep her alive somehow. Now that Vulcan ult did some damage. What was that, 1200? There you go. That threatens an ESET for sure. It doesn't help you get that Pyro, but it did look pretty. Maybe we can pull here? Everybody from Souls of the Dom? It's gonna have to, well, not everybody, but at least Cherio has to back. It doesn't look like Contraction Assessment is quite aware.
Yeah, the ward
I
coverage.
don't know if you're gonna get another... It's not there.
I mean, this is like the best opportunity, right? Like this, almost silver platter, please get it. And it seems like they're going to start. They recognize a little bit. Fire Giant, never mind, not actually going to be picked up. Instead, full 5-on-5. And if anything, actually, Donut Doug's kind of far away from the fight. But it's the fight in the room with us, to steal what you said earlier, because it's not happening here, at least not right now. This is a very... Look, you see, this is a curious game. I mean, it has not gone the way I expected. The timer in the last 12 minutes, the way this has gone, it has shifted to anyone's game. Maybe unnecessarily. This should have and maybe could have been a very easy win. I mean, look at that, like 16, 17-minute snapshot. That should have been Contraction Assessment's game at like 24 minutes. Now we're 32 in, and it's anyone's game. Souls of the Dom starting up the Fire Giant now. How's the response going to happen is the question.
Got John Rowing hanging around that left-hand side, owning a lot of space over there. Aurora goes in, but so does Rat Milk.
Rat Milk creates a little bit more room. John Rowing in the backline already creates a lot. Crashing down is Karmic and forces Rat Milk as well as Cheerio to play a little safe. It's a scattered fight. It's all over, and Kveka has to be somebody that gets taken care of. Kveka does too much damage, but John Rowing dealt with, pulled back away from the team, and killed. Now, backing. Donut Doug going to be back in the engagement in just a second after healing. Same with Mozwal, whose ult will be up relatively soon. 4v5 for 45 seconds. And they're right next to each other. I mean, all you need is one big play. Good stun is going to open it up, and there's Globe. Finally, Contraction Assessment closing out what they needed. It is a wild turnaround one more time, but they seem to have re-solidified their grip thanks to Karmic's CC, and they get rid of Kveka. A big opener there, and continue tearing down the midline. 20 seconds before we have John Rowing back. 40 and 50 seconds for Globe and Kveka. Fire Giant enhanced on the board, and it seems to be their next target.
Man, Donut Doug gets to survive a team fight, and suddenly people die. Speaking of dying, Karmic has to get out of dodge, and Villadon to make space. We're going to pull the EFG here. Rat Milk still has ultimate. There's a world where Souls of the Dom turns this around again. I'm terrified.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed just yet. You've even got Iset here. Cheerio with the ultimate drops it down for the burst and does not confirm it. That one goes the way of Contraction Assessment, but you lose Donut Doug immediately. That's going to be a big deal. Yes, you take care of Rat Milk. That's a couple of timers, a minute long, that they don't have, but one of your crucial players has been removed from the board in Donut Doug. Mozwal ult going to be coming up soon enough. I'm curious where this is all going to go.
Donut Dog missing out on that EFG. That's so much health regen, the survivability that this Jing Wei desperately needs in order to stay alive. I mean, 12 and 9 is just such a crazy slash line. Also, somewhat non sequitur here, Kveka has finished their build with Aerospo. We are Mordred ulting? Turn around, John! They have EFG! Get serious. Oh, he's gonna go in.
They're running.
No, he's on.
I think it's, can you lock down? Can you get some sort of pick? You've got backup.
Just can't seem to...
It's just, can you lock down? Like, is Aurora... Okay, guys, is Aurora the target here? Like, is Aurora really going to be the one? It seems like the answer seems to be yes. If you get Kveka in the mix, I believe it. But now Karmic going up in the sky might be able to turn something around. Goes into the back line, cries the crash, gets the CC, on to Kveka, main target, get the carry. That's the goal, and at least forcing them back. Forcing that utility. Beads coming up here in a second for Kveka, though, and that's going to be dangerous. Good Cherry ultimate, get some damage spread around, and guess what? You've heard this one before. Donut Doug is dead. They're taking him out one more time, but it's traded out. Rat Milk still... I mean, gone. Just erased. Same with Cherry. Right after. And a 4v3. Enhanced Fire Giant still on the 4 that had it. Mid Phoenix seems to be the next target.
I need a bib with how messy these fights are. We're still going, BT Dubs. A Contraction Assessment want this bird. They can take the whole game.
Globe seems to be the main target. Karmic going for the back. Gets the double tap. Now up into the sky. No, won't make it. John Rowing and Kveka come together to get the damage. They will lose the mid Phoenix. But that's another kill. Again, a minute-long timer with no Karmic. And it's going to be a reset. Minute and 40 on this enhanced Fire Giant. But it's the reset. Fall back. Try to keep Doug alive maybe next time and see what we can do.
Oh, my lord. I'm going to be sick. Like, what? What? Why?
That is the quote of this set. This set is just, what?
What? What do you mean, brother? I have so many thoughts and feelings swarming and swirling in my brain and in my gut. A lot of it is confusion and maybe a small bit of disgust. I will say, you really gotta hand it to Souls of the Damned, who have just brought this game kicking and screaming to where it is. And Contraction Assessment have finally started to pull it together a little bit here. And really focus on who's the issue. Being able to focus out Kveka that the way that they have been doing is honestly how you win the game. The real kicker here for Contraction Assessment is you have to do this while keeping Donut Doug alive. And maybe the solution is Donut Doug just doesn't go in as aggressively as they have been in the past. Now, granted, that is how Jingwei is supposed to play the game. She's a very aggressive ADC towards the late game because she has so much damage that she can rely on. But it's a hotbed of CC and big, unmissable circles that Souls of the Dom have drafted. So you just gotta hang back and wait for your moment. Let Karmic go in. Let, Aurora go in. Let somebody else get that ball rolling before you full commit to some shenanigans here. And now at this point, EFG has fallen off. We're going to have to do the same song and dance over at the Enhanced Fire Giant yet again, which means there is another coin to flip here where Souls of the Dom could take an EFG and run it down. The game should have ended at the 17-minute mark, right? The game also probably should have ended around that first EFG. Now we're in second EFG territory. If we don't find a way to end the game here, I'm not sure what needs to be done, because maybe you just have to kill every single person on the map.
It's just all 10 gone.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious who's gonna start this one. I feel like priority targets, get rid of Rat Milk or Kaveka. I personally think
Kaveka has to die.
Just because Kaveka's just been doing absolutely insane damage. Finally toppled by Moswall, but look, when you're keeping up with the Vulcan who went disgusting ult every 30 seconds build, you're doing a really good job here. And I think, Donut Doug just has to stay alive, right? We haven't gotten to see a full fight with him for the last 10 minutes, it feels like.
If we can have Donut Doug survive an engagement, this game is over. Souls of the Dom have been doing a great job. Hey, if we're gonna go down, at the very least, we're killing Jingwei. As long as we kill Jingwei, they can't do any objectives, they can't do anything like that. Because tanks, broken as they may be, are not killing an Enhanced Fire Giant. That's just not what they're born to do, right? Not their role in the game. So, the fact that Dom have been focused...
Oh my god!
Oh, Lincoln, you miss it. Alright, let's get this game started. Karmic up!
Comes down, beads pulled. That's immediately, that's something that you need. More than anything, you're feeling a lot more confident. Kill plus beads. And now the ability to start up a dance around this Fire Giant. And kind of a dare to see what Souls of the Damned will do in response.
I dare you. Pop Shell. These are utils that are being stripped away from Souls of the Dom. That's going to enable Contraction Assessment to pull this, but really they just want to bait in Souls of the Dom to get closer, to fight them. Goes Karmic!
Yeah, you got to look at the relics right now. 3 already gone on one side. Chaos Team gets that Fire Giant, and it's an easy secure. You kill off Rat Milk as well, and it feels like the team we saw for the first 17 minutes is back on board. They are here to play and looking to close this one out. They take care of Globe. They take care of Kaveka. And now it is Cherio, the lone ESET, standing between Contraction Assessment and the dub this week in Smite Prime. Up into the sky goes Karmic, and crashing into the Titan room to try and close out Game 2. Now John Rowing is back, and can he be John Smite and try to win this? No, he cannot. 41 minutes in, but Contraction Assessment are this week's champions.
Right.
Now that's where you just go, what? We got the same result about 25 minutes later than it should have been.
Thank you, Contraction Assessment. What a ride. What a beautiful thing that life is. It's ups, it's downs, it's twirl you arounds. Man, I mean, my heart goes out to Souls of the Dom for pushing it to the limit that they did. Kaveka puts on an absolute show with this Newt pick. Just ripping and tearing through as much of Contraction Assessment as they can. But the moment that Donut Doug actually gets to live a team fight, the moment that Contraction Assessment properly splits it, Souls of the Dom end up crumbling under the weight and pressure, but good lord, not before pushing it to the absolute brink.
And playing as a team, like, Souls of the Dom did a lot as a unit. First off, there's no way after this kill happens that you would think this is going 41 minutes. And it's Kaveka gets a lot of the damage, and it admittedly rightly so. The team played well. But from minutes 18, after that last Kaveka death we saw, to minute 21, that was the carry. The carry was the one finding the picks and getting things to keep moving forward. Unfortunately, it was, holding on to that was just going to be very difficult. And it seems like late game, I can't wait to see these damage numbers because they're going to be absolutely insane. But absolutely just... I'm flabbergasted and ranting because I don't know what to say. That game was insane.
I will say too, Cherry and Rat Milk specifically, whenever I saw one ult, I usually saw the other one stacked on top of it. So the team, some of these fights from Souls of the Dawn were incredibly clean. 56k damage, only outmatched by Moswell's 66k damage. They're playing outside of their minds with how much that they're pouring in here. And the rest of the team is right behind them. The follow-up from Globe was good. John Rowan getting in there, starting fights. It really did feel like Contraction Assessment was out fishing for 20 minutes. Came back on the boat and was oh, we got 5 reels I gotta pull in. Jeez, all right, hold on. We gotta finish this off. 1 sec. Oh!
I mean,
pull out
you gotta be able to pick it up somewhere. And they finally did it. It took 23 minutes longer than we really genuinely thought it was going to. Still, they close it out. They go 2-0. And that's why it's worth mentioning again what all of this is for. This is week 3 of the August circuit. And well, as you can see, next week, some massive prizing that's going to be on the line overall. You need to make sure that you're going to be showing up for it. Of course, at this point, you are, if you're not there, going to be watching. But you're going to want to make sure that you're there next week to see who takes home the lion's share of the prize. I guess maybe with this screen, the cow's share of the prizing in this August circuit in week number 4. Of course, that's going to be next week with the way things have been going. But now we can take a look and see how things shook out today. Hydrogen Bomb did beat I Just Want to Dance down in the bottom. And of course, we just saw the 2-0 victory for Contraction Assessment. But really, just all of the day, everything that has gone down, very, very dominating performances from these two finals teams, and very weird final games that were very exciting for the right reasons, unpredictable for the right reasons as well. Sometimes weird, but they made it happen nonetheless. And Musi, I mean, it's just been... It was very fun. It was very fun.
I had a blast. It's oh, how do you think this team fight went? I don't even know. I've never seen a situation like this before in my life. It was, you killed him dead. Good job out there, kid.
What we just saw, I would say, is a work of art. But that's not the only art that exists. There's an art contest, of course, going on. Make sure you get your submissions in before September 19th. As you can see, first place will get $200, second place 2,000 diamonds, third through fifth will get 1,000 diamonds as they come through. So make sure that you get some submissions in the Pantheons Collide Smite 2 art contest. The voting dates, for those of you who maybe are like me and can't draw... My stick figures look bad, so I can't really submit anything into this. But for the rest of us, voting will be on September 20th through 26th, of course, and then we can affect who's going to be first, second, third through fifth as that goes on. But that is, again, something to make sure you get your art submissions into. Fun day. Great day, weird day at the end, but a fun one, Musi. And I think I can say for both of us that it was really great. So I guess final thoughts on how things went.
Wow. One word.
The pause, I think, speaks maybe more than the words. Just
it's doing some heavy lifting there.
How do I describe today?
It was exciting, it was for sure.
Difficult one to wrap up. Thank you for being with me and for getting us all through it as we come through. Make sure, again, you get your submissions in, and make sure next week you tune in around the same time today to make sure you see what happens in week number 4 to close out the August circuit. But from myself, everyone back in production, of course, Musi, and all of us here, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for more Smite Prime.